Good afternoon to you. Welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings on this 25th day of February 2020. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, PBU, in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon, where there are a number of questions which will be asked by some members of the National Assembly, among them the member for Kimilili constituency, Honorable Didmas Barasa, and he will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry to explain why the deployment of one Joseph Wanyonyi, who was moved from the Kenya Forest Service to the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, has not been effected. And that could the Cabinet Secretary state when the deployment of the said officer will be effected while ensuring that the inordinate delay in deployment does not prejudice the officer's pension benefits. This question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. The member for Nakuru Town East, Honorable David Gikaria, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development whether or not the CS is aware that the construction of Nakuru-Kiambogo Road in Nakuru Town East constituency has stalled, and could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the project with regard to the contractor awarded the contract, amount allocated to the project and the expected date of completion. This question by the Honourable Member for Nakuru Town East will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. And finally, the Member for Kitui Central, Honourable Dr. Makali Mulu, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning to provide the status of development of the monitoring and evaluation policy and legal framework based on the government's adoption of results-based management as a key driver of its development program, and what specific measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that there is existing policy framework to guide feedback on the effectiveness of the implementation of development programs set out in the third medium-term plan for Vision 2030 and Agenda 4 programs. And finally, what challenges have caused delays in publishing the monitoring and evaluation policy. The question by the Honourable Member for Kitui Central will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Other businesses which have been lined up this afternoon in the National Assembly is debate on the T bill. This is a Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, and the County Roads, Walkways and Parking Bays Bill, Senate Bills number 18 of 2018, will also be debated for the second reading. There are a number of motions which have also been lined up for debate, among them the motion by the Chairperson Special Funds Accounts and the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. The motion is on inquiry into the challenges facing the Coffee Research Institute. If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the business of the National Assembly to begin. And on your screen, the Sergeant at Arms has walked into the chamber. There is the mace, followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi. And he has taken a bow ready to oversee the business of this House this afternoon. A lot of business will be transacted. The broadcast is made available to you courtesy of PBU in conjunction with KBC. My name is Edward Kabasa. I will hand you over for the live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come out of deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen. May commence.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Deputy Speaker.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, February 25th, 2020, the fourth report of the Committee on Appointments on the vetting of persons nominated to the position of Cabinet Secretary. I thank you.
Honorable Erastus Kivaso Nzioka.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, February 25th, 2020. Ninth report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on the audited financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the constituencies in Kiambu County.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the finding of the Committee on Appointments in its fourth report on the vetting of nominees for approval as Cabinet Secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 25th, 2020, and pursuant to provisions of Article 152(2) of the Constitution and Section 3(8) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Cabinet Secretaries in respective ministries. 1, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, Ministry of Health, and 2, Betty Chamutai Minor, CBS, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade, and Enterprise Development. Thank you.
Honorable Kivaso Nzioka.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the House adopts the 9th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on the audited financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the constituencies in Kiambu County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 25th, 2020. Thank you.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Question by the member for Kimilili, Mutua Barasa.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 014-2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry. The question goes like this. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the deployment of one Joseph Wanyonyi of personal number 198-003-6617, who was moved from the Kenya Forest Service Avid a letter reference number EST/198-003-6617/12, dated 23rd July 2014, to the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources has not been effected. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state when the deployment of the said officer will be effected while ensuring that the inordinate delay in deployment does not prejudice the officer's pension benefits? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, question to be responded to before the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question, member for Nakuru Town East, Honorable Gekaria.
Honorable Speaker, I beg for 2 minutes. I open the machine so that I can. I'm sorry.
Next question by the member for Kitui Central, the Honorable Makali, Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question 016 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning. First question, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of development of the monitoring and evaluation policy and legal framework based on the government's adoption of resource-based management as a key driver of its development programs? Question number 2, what specific measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that there is an existing policy framework to guide feedback on the effectiveness of implementation of development programs as set out in the third medium-term plan of Kenya, Vision 2030, and Big Four programs? Question number 3, Honorable Speaker, what challenges have caused delays in publishing the monitoring and evaluation policy? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, the question will be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Go back to question number 2 by the member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. Honorable Speaker, I beg to ask question number 015 of 2020. Honorable Speaker, 1, that is, the question is addressed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, and Urban Development. 1, is the Cabinet Secretary aware that the construction of Nakuru-Kiambogo Road in Nakuru Town East constituency has stalled? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the project with regard to the contractor awarded the contract, amounts allocated to the project, and the expected completion completion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, and Housing. The next segment of this order is as follows. The following, the chairpersons or chairmen or women of the following committees are to give progress reports of the questions filed with them in the last session, and how many were responded to, and the comments even from the committee. The Committee on Administration and National Security, the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, the Committee on Health, the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, the Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. And I did find that there were no questions in the last session filed with the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. That's why the Honorable Cheptumo can sit pretty. So can we get now the final response from the chairman or chairperson, as the case may be, of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security? The chairman, the vice chairperson, or a member of the committee deputed to make the update. Last week it was the Honorable Wamunyinyi who tried to make some effort which did not bear fruit, as there were discrepancies. The Honorable Paul Koinange is the chair of the committee. The vice chair is the Honorable Waluke. I see none of them present. The Honorable Wamunyinyi, who was standing in for them, is also absent, not desiring to be present. Do I see the Honorable Kaluma desirous of making the response, or what is the position, Honorable Kaluma?
Yes, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so far as I'm aware, all questions which were before the Committee on Administration and National Security have been attended to. Mr. Speaker, the challenge we face is that the chair has not been within the country for quite some time. And this is the reason as to why I think we do not have a suitable response for the House now. Would I beg, Mr. Speaker, for some indulgence so that a firm report is made to the House by the committee in the manner you directed. I don't know whether Mr. Speaker can give us up to Tuesday or Thursday next week.
Thursday next week?
As we are working in great harmony with my brother, Honorable Didmas, on issues of questions, petitions, and bills currently. But we lack leadership at the top to have our positions reach the floor, absent the chair.
Very well. Let's get the response on Tuesday next week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tuesday next
Mr.
week.
Speaker, the Vice Chair has been there.
It's just giving an update.
Yes, thank you.
What happened to the various questions, because I now have the correct records.
Yes.
But we just want to know, for the benefit of the members who ask those questions.
But I want to assure, Mr. Speaker, that this is a committee the members who asked questions are very happy with, because we've gone beyond answering the questions to dealing with the problems in their respective areas. I remember we had to travel as a committee with the relevant agencies to Kitui, places like Baragoi. And that is why you do not see quite, amount of pressure from the very individuals who asked questions. We have dealt with them, but a report ultimately has to come to the House. I thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that we formally communicate to the House next week.
Next week, Tuesday?
Yes.
The other committee is the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Honorable Wangwe, the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to report that in the last session, we had a set of 16 questions, out of which were all responded to, and we have about 3 questions, Honorable Speaker, from 3 members, which crossed over to this session, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just to cite the questions which crossed over, one of the questions was by the Member of Parliament for Nambale. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Bunyasi sought to find out from the State Department of Irrigation as into what was happening to Sio River irrigation scheme. Honorable Speaker, we did indulge the member. The member came before the committee, and it was a joint discussion between the Member of Parliament for Nambale and Dr. Oundo, the Member of Parliament for Funyola. Honorable Speaker, because of the nature of the irrigation scheme and how the ministry was handling it, the question has crossed over to today. The committee was scheduled to visit the site so that it can establish the exact situation on the ground. But meanwhile, from the time the question was put, I wish to report that the ministry, through the State Department of National Irrigation Authority, had already briefed the committee on how far they had gone with the contract. And I believe now that with the ruling which you did last week, Honorable Speaker, this question should now cross over to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, and I feel the member will be able now to handle it from there substantively. Honorable Speaker, the next question which crossed over is the question by the MP for the county MP for Trans Nzoia on Bonangabo. On the Bonangabo sought a question for the ADC from on agriculture, but specifically touching on the ADC in terms of employees. And Honorable Speaker, it crossed over because the committee felt that the question was supposed to transform into a petition because the nature of the issues which were being canvassed in the committee, Honorable Speaker, was so detailed that it required us to have to improve on the questions when she came before the committee. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it crossed because of that. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the other question that crossed over out of the 16 is the question by the MP for Bura, Honorable Ali Wario, which is addressing the issue of Bura Education Scheme. Honorable Speaker, we invited the member. He came before the committee and met the committee together with the Ministry, Honorable Speaker. But the kind of issues which the MP raised on the floor warrants that the committee visits Bura Education Scheme. And Honorable Speaker, the department concerned, that's National Education Authority, had not prepared enough for us to go and visit. So it had sought for extension of time before we go together with them to Bura Education Scheme. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this having crossed over and you are following your ruling, I feel the Honorable Ali Wario will now be indulging the Committee on Environment so that he can pick it up from there in terms of understanding further the question as he raised, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, most of the questions, the question by the Chief Whip regarding Mumias Sugar, it was answered, and the Chief Whip is here. He came before the committee. Most of the members who raised, almost all the members who raised the question was answered. I can see the Honorable Member for Kandui raised his question, and it was responded to. The Honorable Member for Kwanza himself raised the question, it was responded to. The member for Honorable Speaker, the member for Kidunguri constituency raised his question. It was fully responded to. And the rest of the questions, Honorable Speaker, were fully answered. And I wish to say or thank the committee members and the Secretariat of the National Assembly, together with the clerk, for the kind of chance they gave us and the time to make sure that we attended to these questions accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, those that crossed over the session will have to be filed afresh because they died with the session. So the members who raised them, there cannot be debate on that report. The questions are sessional. So they would have to be raised afresh for any debate. Honorable Oundo, there's nothing that can arise from this because there's nothing before the House. That was a report, and the Honorable Wangwe has indicated clearly the reasons why they couldn't finalize it. So it now falls upon the questioner or yourself to now file the question afresh for it to be attended to by the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. So similarly, the other question, which also was rolled over, or which actually died with the end of the session. Honourable members, before we go to the next the chairman, allow me to recognize the presence in this public gallery of students and pupils from Lower Kabete Primary School, Westlands constituency, Nairobi County, and those from Loreto High School, Lemuru constituency, Kiambu County. And they are welcome to observe the proceedings in the House this afternoon. Next chairperson is the chair of the Committee on Health. The chairperson. Most likely this will be a chairperson, not a chairman. Is there? Who? The chairperson. No, I see somebody who appears like a chairperson. Not a chairman. I don't see a chairman, I see a chairperson. The Honorable Sabina Chege, please give us your progress reports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know the Bible tells us that God created man with his own image, so we are all chairmen. And so, chairperson, chairman, I'm fine. Mr. Speaker, my committee, in the last session, we had 11 questions from honorable members. Out of the 11 questions, 6 of them were tackled, answered. 3 of them, Mr. Speaker, are pending, including one from Honorable Didmas, who insisted that the CAS cannot answer his question, And so he required that the CS must come and answer his question, but the question was ready. The other one is for Honorable Rueda, and that question came in late before we went on recess. And another one from nominated member, Honorable Gideon Ketel. So those 3 questions are pending. One from Honorable Kabinga Washira, MP from where? About Kemri, it was deferred, Mr. Speaker, because the time we invited the member to come, he didn't turn up. So this question was deferred. The other one question, Mr. Speaker, was from Honorable Mugambi Muridania, Ridikiri, and this was on a case of Nyanyuki Referral Hospital. We met with the ministry, Mr. Speaker, but the ministry asked for more time because this Nyanyuki Teaching Referral Facility is a facility under the county government of Laikipia. And so there were many consultations happening. And so this one we have not finished, or we have not tackled the question comprehensively. Mr. Speaker, those are the questions that we had as a health committee and ready to start with the 3 that are pending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, just to note that, of course, if the session ended, the questions also must have died. So the members, it's upon the members now to raise them afresh if they desire to still pursue the matters that they were pursuing. Committee on the chairman on the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, the Honorable Ali Wario, represented ably by the Honorable David Sankok.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Mr. Speaker, this committee was very committed and very busy. It was one of the busiest and very committed to its parliamentary work more than the BBI's rallies or Saturday weekend rallies.
How many questions were filed?
We had a total
before this
of,
very, very busy committee.
We had a total of 24 questions. And out of these 24 questions, 19 were answered. 18 answered orally, and 1 with a written response. Honorable Speaker, questions by the member of Sigoit Soin, Honorable Samuel Latandi, Honorable Professor Oduol, David Kikaria, a question by Honorable Daoud, a question by Honorable Musau, question by Honorable Wanyama, question by Danita Kati, Honorable Joshua Kandie, Honorable Esther Pasaris, and a question by Honorable Patrick Mariru, a question by Honorable Mwambu, Honorable Reham Aljelzesa, Honorable James Gechoi Mwangi, and Honorable Memusi Kanchori were answered satisfactorily. Honorable Speaker, the question by Honorable Kanchori, there is an availability of a written response. So it is available for the member to be able to peruse because it did not appear when the question was being answered. So we requested the ministry to give a written response. Honorable Speaker, the pending questions were questioned by Honorable Nasri Ibrahim, Honorable Wilson Sosion, Honorable Alpha Ondieki, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and Honorable Peter Kihara. Those 5 questions, Honorable Speaker, are pending. And as you have said, they have died. So we encourage members to ask them again, and then they will be responded. You can see that we had very many questions, but we were able to tackle most of them. And I thank the ministry because they are always available and they came whenever they were invited to the committee. The members were also very committed to the cause, and most of the time we had more than enough quorum. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. But the Honorable Sankok said that the committee was very busy and very many questions. Somewhere within this country, there is a saying that it's only those who have not traveled who think that their mothers are the ones who cook best. Let's hear from some other committees so that we can make the comparison. The chairman, Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the committee in the third session got 12 questions, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we were only able to conclude 3. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, is also well known to this August House, because we brought our tribulations to this House, because we had a huge issue with the minister during that time. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe things will be different, because now we'll have a different minister who will be able to prosecute those issues. Mr. Speaker, we were able to conclude the case on Honorable Odanga, the MP for Matayos. And we were also able to partially, we attempted to deal with a question by John Nyaga, the MP for Manyata, regarding KPCU. And we beseech that the member of Parliament for Manyata, because this is a very pertinent question, to make sure that he resubmits the question again, Mr. Speaker. And as a committee, we are ready to prosecute that question. Mr. Speaker, the question by the MP for Kikuyu, Honorable Jude Jomo, we were able to conclude that question, Mr. Speaker. It was in regard to the importation of vehicles. However, the same issue has arisen, and we are also prosecuting that case on Thursday this week, Mr. Speaker. The fourth one is the question by the MP for Belgut, Nelson Koech, about tea, and we were able to prosecute that question. Mr. Speaker, the fifth one is the MP for is a case by the MP for Nakuru East, Honorable David Gekaria. Mr. Speaker, that question we were able to conclude, and it was about delay in clearing of imported solar products. Mr. Speaker, question number 6 by the MP for Navaholo, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, we were only able to partially answer because the minister was not available to answer the question that we had. And we asked the member of parliament to resubmit the question again, and we are ready to conclude that case. Mr. Speaker, the seventh question is by Honorable Washiari, the majority whip. And we were only able to, we were not able to prosecute that question, Mr. Speaker, and we asked my good colleague to resubmit the question again. It was on the issues of supermarkets, the parking and all that. And we asked the honorable member to resubmit the question. And this time round, because we have a new member, a new minister, we are hoping that she will be passed so that at least we are able to prosecute that issue. Mr. Speaker, the eighth one is a question by the MP for Westlands. And it was issues to do with sanitary pads by the brand Always. And we are asking the MP to resubmit the question, Mr. Speaker. We are more than willing to tackle the issue. The ninth question, Mr. Speaker, is by the MP for Keses, Honorable Dr. Mishra. It was about inspection of goods, Mr. Speaker. We were not able to prosecute the question, basically because of the issues that I said earlier on, the issue with the cabinet minister, and we are also ready, Mr. Speaker, to prosecute that question. The 10th one, Mr. Speaker, is a question by nominated member of parliament, Gideon Ketel. And it was an issue to do with pre-export verification of on conformity goods. Mr. Speaker, we are ready to prosecute that question once it is brought to our attention, Mr. Speaker, again. Mr. Speaker, the 11th question is the question by Honorable Alfred Ketel, the MP for Nadi Hills. And it was basically the question to do with tea. And we are ready, Mr. Speaker. When the question is brought to us again, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to prosecute the question. Mr. Speaker, the last question is by the MP from Githuguri, the Honorable Gabriel Okago. And Mr. Speaker, it was about coffee, which is a very emotive issue. And Mr. Speaker, we beseech the member of parliament to resubmit the question to this house again. Mr. Speaker, we believe, moving forward, Mr. Speaker, with the new minister, we will be able to prosecute these questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that this committee is committed to prosecuting the questions and issues of members, but unfortunately, we had that challenge with the minister who has now moved to the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Those which, of course, as I said earlier, questions cannot cross the session. So members who had asked theirs, which fell victim of the end of the session, are encouraged to resubmit them if they still desire to get responses. The next report is by the Chairman, Transport, Public Works and Housing. Can you state the number of questions that were filed with you, because I know you cannot read all of them? The total number.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. We had a total of 77 questions, Honorable Speaker, last session.
How many?
77.
70?
77.
77.
Yes. And we were able, Honorable Speaker, to address 73. Only 4 remained. And as you directed, Honorable Speaker, then that also died a natural death. And therefore, those honorable members then can be able to resubmit if they so wish. Honorable Speaker, we only have also 3 questions this session to be able to address, but 4 questions, Speaker, died with the last session because they were filed on 4th, and we had only 1 day, Honorable Speaker. That is why they died. And those 4 questions, honorable members who are concerned can be able to resubmit them. And that is the member for Magarini, Honorable Mishuki, can resubmit. Honorable member of Kilifi South, Honorable Richard Chonga. Member of Magarini, Honorable Michael Kingi. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the member of Kilifi South, Honorable Richard Chonga, again, had 2 questions, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. So if they wish, Honorable Speaker, they can be able to resubmit those questions for consideration. Otherwise, we considered 73 questions that came before my committee, only 4 remained, and they died with that particular session, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Very well. As the pending ones, of course, the same fate befalls them. But I hope the Honorable Sankok now can tell that committee, the chairman has reported that there are a total of 77 questions. Had you been around, you would have found the chairman of education. There are also about 73 questions. The Committee on Administration and 101 questions. So your committee with the 24 was also doing something, but certainly, as I said earlier, you can tell. But that's not to say that the committee was not working. It's just to show, and I think it's important that even Kenyans know when they talk about representation, there are certain issues which concern people in the constituencies much more frequently than others. Issues to do with administration, issues to do with education, issues to do with infrastructure, and of course, issues to do with health. So because that's the reason, part of the reason why members raise those. You've had the other committees which are 11, some and 3, others and 4. So you are still doing very well. You are right, Honorable Sankok, to say you are doing very well. But you can imagine that even the others who are doing very well with so many questions. But I know your committee has also been dealing with other issues to do with the bills and the law and the reports. Very well. Then that should conclude that session. The final one being the Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee. The statement by the Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Now, what is the Leader of Majority and Team? Honorable Raso. The Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee is supposed to make a statement, but the gentleman in a cap. You yield to the chairman, then you can deal with him later.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. You know, the Honorable Ali Wario is a member of my committee, so we were consulting. Kalicha, sorry. Kalicha Wario. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the budget policy statement 2020 was tabled in the House on 13th of February 2020 and forwarded to the departmental committees.
Honour members, the consultations are too loud. Honorable Mishra, Dr. Mishra, the level of decibels too high. Consult in lower tones. I know you are speaking to your chair and the member for Nairobi. Therefore, could be a reason to shout to speak much more loudly, perhaps. But just bend maybe a little more so that you can allow us to transact the rest of the business.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that protection. I was saying, Honorable Speaker, the departmental committees were to review in line with their respective mandates and submit their recommendations to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for inclusion in the final report. We are aware, Honorable Speaker, that their departmental committees have started review of this budget policy statement. They did start that review immediately and have also carried out consultations with their key stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, in addition, last week on Friday, the Budget and Appropriations Committee held a successful pre-budget conference to review the BPS 2020. Key stakeholders took part in the conference, namely the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Chairperson of the Commission for Revenue Allocation, as well as representatives from KIPRA, the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, and the Institute of Economic Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my appreciation to all the honorable members who attended this important event. In particular, the three chairpersons of health, Honorable Sabina Shege, ICT, Honorable Kisang, and environment, Honorable Kareke Mbuki, the five vice chairpersons of the implementation committee, education committee, Honorable Kimunya, defense and foreign affairs committee, the public investments committee, and the finance committee vice chair, as well as other honorable members who, cognizant of the importance of this conference, attended on their own accord. And with specific mention, Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable Dr. Nyikal and Matthew Peters Owino, who attended and made valuable contributions in the conference. Honorable Speaker, the conference proved vital as the committee was able to critically review pertinent issues with input from the Central Bank of Kenya, the Commission of Revenue Allocation, KIPRA, and the National Treasury. In essence, the conference provided a platform for critical deliberations on the state of the economy, as well as a policy basis for the 2020 budget and the medium term. Honorable Speaker, this morning the Budget and Appropriations Committee resumed its sittings and is in the process of receiving reports on the BPS from the departmental committees, albeit at a very slow pace. And Honorable Speaker, is important because this morning we are to start our hearings at 9 in the morning and up to 11:30. Even the first chair of the committees that were to appear was yet to be traced. A number of chairs, Honorable Speaker, who are also to present today were not able to present because their committees were not ready. And I believe, Honorable Speaker, tomorrow we'll be seeking your guidance and leave of the House on this matter, Honorable Speaker, to be able to conclude. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind this House that amendments to the Public Finance Management Act, now before the Senate, had proposed the extension of the time frame provided to review the BPS. The bill is, however, taking too long. It is my prayer that Parliament will expedite the approval of these amendments and review these timings to give Parliament at least 1 month to complete the review and processing of the BPS. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me, Honorable Speaker, to use this opportunity to plead with chairs of committees and their vice chairs, and also the secretariats of the various committees, those that are lined up to present before the committee tomorrow. 10 committees, Honorable Speaker, and we've sought your permission to be able to sit tomorrow when the House is also sitting, to be able to prepare time and be able to appear before the committee so that we're able to finish with this process expeditiously. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Arati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, immediately after you asked actually the committees to read out on a number of the cases which were handled by their committees, I remember, Mr. Speaker, I rose on a point of order last session, and I pointed out when we found the Senate, there was some work of painting was going on there. And that day, I remember Dr. Pokose, Honorable Dr. Pokose, was masterminded on how I got this information about the danger which paint poses to human beings. Mr. Speaker, as we are talking right now, the whole of Continental House, there is painting going on. Mr. Speaker, Beijing, if you check the poisonous elements found in its blood, is worse than even corona itself, because it causes leukemia, anemia, and even inhalation causes women who are pregnant to give birth to in mature. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's worrying that you are the chairman of PSC, the commissioners, they are here. And these are the people who are looking into our welfare. That painting can continue when members of parliament, they are still in those offices, they are common mwananchis who are coming inside there, and chair without any iota concern of the danger that it causes. We plead with you, Mr. Speaker, that the PSC can look into it. Otherwise, all these members of parliament, even including the ones who are talking here, they are opposed and they are potential clients of death because of the poisonous. They need either masks and other many things to save them from the death they are posing. Honorable, he may be the one who is going ahead of us if he's not very careful on the danger of the pain that's going on at Intercontinental. Save for those ones at KICC, they are safe. But for these ones at Continental House, Mr. Speaker, those ones at Continental is a big challenge. Please, you need to look into it and advise accordingly.
See a member of the commission who is in the chamber. Well, I thought the commissioners were all representative of members. How can the commissioners be out of the chamber now? Can anybody see, for instance, Commissioner Ben Momanyi, Commissioner Aisha Jumwa, Commissioner Naomi Shaban, Commissioner Welie Keinan? They are all absent, having decided they finished their work to the members or what? Well, Honorable Simbarati, because they no, no. If you want now, for my purpose of record, just you've already raised that. The rest can only be dealt with administratively by the commission, because the reason I'm asking whether the commissioners are here is so that they can give they can give responses. Let them. They have a commission meeting tomorrow at 10, and therefore they will. The clerk is requested and directed to make sure that that matter is placed before the commission meeting tomorrow. Member for Wajir East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will rise on a point of order to remind the House on your earlier ruling last week regarding the crisis of education in northern Kenya, where the Committee on Education was supposed to have submitted a very compounded report on the issues that are affecting the northern Kenya, so that the House can be able to deliberate and be able to find a solution for the issues of education in this matter. We expected today that the matter should be able to come on the floor of the House. Yet, up to now, we are not likely, we have not seen any direction on how that issue will be handled. We need your intervention, Honorable Speaker, on that matter.
The chairman is in the chamber. Honorable Meli, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you directed on 18th of February that the CS Minister of Education, the CEO Teacher Service Commission, and the Inspector General of Police appear before the Committee on Education to address teacher crisis in Northeastern, we did as I directed, Honorable Speaker. This morning, the said officers didn't turn up. It was only the CEO Teacher Service Commission who turned up in person as you directed. The CS Minister of Education did send the PS to represent him, and the IG sent Mr. Mbugwa, who is deputy, to represent him. So in line with your directive, Mr. Speaker, we ask that the said officers appear in the committee in person so that that particular issue is handled exhaustively and with finality, because the said officers are the ones who have the actual issues, and the officers who were sent will actually give us reference to their seniors. So we agreed, Honorable Speaker, that tomorrow they appear before the committee at 10 without fail. And that was agreed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, just to reiterate that they must appear in person. And if they don't, we need a report from you here in the plenary tomorrow afternoon. Yes, they need to appear in person so that the matter can be canvassed fully by yourselves as the committee members for the benefit of the entire country and the House. No, that's not, you know, we don't operate like those organizations called, I don't know, you know, here, a matter like that just ends there. You know, I know it takes long for people to get used to this because we are used to commenting to many things. But let it rest at that. The committee has already taken a decision, and the House has pronounced itself. Next order.
Order number 8, the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, second reading.
The member for Geshogo constituency, the Honorable Geshimo Gedenji, was on the floor and has a balance of 3 minutes. A balance of 3 minutes. And if he's present, he can now finish. But if he's absent, as appears to be the case, we will proceed. But just to inform the House that a total of 71 members have contributed to this bill so far. So we may not spend too much more time discussing it. I can't keep reading the names. You know, if you contributed to the T-bill, if you make a mistake of speaking a second time, you will be in breach of the standing orders, for which consequences are well known to you. So the members who have placed requests to avoid a situation whereby you could find yourself on the receiving end, if I read out your name, you must own up. In the meantime, the list is being prepared for me. So I want to know, because on the list, request list, the first person is the Honorable Wahungu Wamalwa. But I think I know you spoke. The next on the request list is the Honorable Atandi, the member for Alego Usonga. Have you contributed? Have you? Do you wish to contribute to this? Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to make my contribution on the tea bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very elaborate and appears to me as having been well researched. I'm specifically interested in the section that is going to deal with the licensing of the tea brokers. Honorable Speaker, you know that that the tea brokers is the reason why the tea sector is not paying very well to the farmers that are working very hard in the sector. And therefore, the proposal in this bill to ensure that there is a proper licensing system for anybody who is interested in exporting, importing, or marketing tea is something, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to say is going to help in supporting the sector. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, which I would like to say is going to help in promoting tea sector is the fact that there will be registration of tea farmers, tea growers, and tea processors. Tea growers and tea farmers will register with processors in every location, and the register will be put in place to ensure that there is a record of everybody who is involved in the tea industry. Mr. Speaker, this is going to help in ensuring that we eliminate what I would call fake farmers in the sector. Honorable Speaker, I also like the fact that there's established a competent board consisting of representatives from farmers as well as government ministers, cabinet secretaries in charge of the sector. Honorable Speaker, you know that there's an institution known as KTDA, which has been in charge of marketing and basically working with the tea farmers in this country to ensure that they market and also they ensure that they register the farmers. But over the years, Mr. Speaker, KTDA has become a mongrel, and they have been able to reap the true farmers, tea farmers in this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this bill, as I have read it, is going to ensure that farmers actually benefit from this sector. This sector is very important, Mr. Speaker. As you know, tea is one of the largest foreign exchange earners for this country. And when I was in the financial sector as a banker, the sector relied more from this, from the tea industry, especially when the sales are done, to ensure that we receive sufficient foreign exchange. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this effort to ensure that we properly regulate the sector is going to ensure that this country achieves its intentions in the sector. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I also would like to urge that we regulate all our key cash crops to ensure that we eliminate brokers. Cash crops such as cotton and coffee really require a thorough regulation of this nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Now, so that I do not disadvantage any member by removing them from the list of requests, I'll just read out just to find out whether if you have spoken on this tea bill, just say so that I don't remove you from where you are, because perhaps you want to contribute to the next business. The next in the list is the Honorable Paul Mwirigi, and I know he has contributed. The other one, the next is the Honorable Pukose. I think he has contributed. Do you want to contribute? Yes. Very well, Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this Tea Bill 2018, which is a Senate bill. Honorable Speaker, what I see in this Tea Bill is that there is provisions for the establishment of the Tea Board of Kenya. And the board has several responsibilities, which includes regulate and promote the development of the tea industry. It will also coordinate the activities of individuals and organizations within the tea industry and facilitate equitable access to the resources, facilities, and benefits of the tea industry by all interested parties. Honorable Speaker, when you look at also this bill in its miscellaneous areas, it states that the board shall, within a period of 3 months after the end of each financial year, or within such a longer period as the Cabinet Secretary may approve, submit to the Cabinet Secretary a report of the operations of the board during such year and the annual balance sheet and such other statements of accounts as the Cabinet shall require together with the Auditor General report. The board shall, if the Cabinet Secretary so requires, publish the report, balance sheet, and statements submitted to him under subsection 1 in such a manner as the Cabinet Secretary shall specify. Honorable Speaker, what we see in this country is that the farmers have actually suffered a lot. And we've had especially even ships coming in and auctions being done in the ships, and the benefits not accruing to the farmer. And I think this is a move in the right direction, because even as we discuss issues, PPI and other issues, we've seen people from tea growing areas, Kericho, Central Province, and other areas, talking about dwindling fortunes of the tea farming. And Honorable Speaker, I think it is a high time that this issue about tea growing as a cash crop, and we know that agriculture constitutes almost 60% of what Kenya earns in gross domestic product. And therefore, I think it's a high time that we look at how do we rejuvenate the tea industry? How do we look at our farmers so that at the end of the day, our farmers are able to take care of themselves. They be able to have money in their pockets and be able to send their children to school. So I think I support this Kenya Tea Bill in such a way that we are hoping that this House passes it very soon, and if there are amendments, there should be amendments in the right direction. In its transitional clause, it talks of the assets, liabilities, and everything that was initially being done by the by the board that all rights, obligations, and contracts which immediately before the coming into operation of this act were vested in or imposed on the Agricultural and Food Authority with respect to the tea sector shall by virtue of this section be deemed to be the rights, obligations, and contracts of the board as the case may be. And therefore, I think this, Honorable Speaker, one of the key issues, especially when it comes to the AFA law, is issues about food safety, which I think have not been addressed adequately. Currently, Honorable Speaker, our country is facing a catastrophe where we have locusts that are now invading into almost 17 counties and moving on. I think we should not look helpless as a country, and we should be able to have measures that can be able to come into effect, that can be able to contain the situation as it is. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Member for Bomet Central, Honorable Tonui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice on this. And I do wish to really oppose this bill strongly because it does not go to the extent I expected. Going through this bill, I found it to be too shallow. The intention of this bill majorly is simply to create the tea port of Kenya, the same boat which we had before, and the same board which had been criticized by the farmers. I believe what we have here is a cut and paste of the same act. There are many, many issues which small-scale farmers are facing which are not addressed in this bill. They are completely ignored. First of all, going through this bill, even when it comes to penalties related to issues in the tea sector, we are seeing it a maximum of 20,000. Surely, in a multi-billion sector, where there are so many issues under dealings, we are talking only of 20,000 Kenya shillings. That is peanuts in an area where we are talking of billions of shillings being squandered. Article 33(1) of this same bill gives powers to the CS to make regulations which can be misused highly. That is like handing a blank check to the CS to write whatever he so wishes. Surely that will not favor the small-scale farmer. That is going to be very unfair to the small-scale farmer. First of all, it's specific in Article 33(1)(d), where it gives the CS the power to decide on the fees which may be charged for anything done under this act. I believe this is surely insane powers. We used to have what we call ad valorem levy, which we fought against for many, many years in the 11th Parliament until we remove it. Now we want to introduce through the back door by giving lots of powers to the CS. And you know, of course, the people will be more accessible to the CS. To the CSs are cartels in the tea sector, not a small-scale farmer. And surely, by bringing in these powers, by giving these powers to the CS, we are being very much unfair to the small-scale farmer. The biggest problem which we have currently in the tea sector is the issue of marketing. We are relying on the same marketing, but here, those issues are not included in the roles of Tea Board of Kenya. It is not. It is created as simply a regulator not touching on the marketing of tea. Somewhere in that bill, some regulation or inclusion of the county governments was to market the tea, to regulate markets of the tea. It is somewhere in the regulatory provisions. I believe it is 20 Part C. Surely, international trade is managed by the national government. It is not managed by the county governments, and I believe that is really, really unfair. So if we want to ensure that we build this sector, we must invest on new markets. And the role of getting new markets surely must be under the national government. That one is ignored completely in this bill, is not mentioned anywhere. It is just statutory sections of these bills which are there, cut and paste, but the core issue which is affecting the small farmer is not addressed. When it comes to the issue of the members to this Tea Board of Kenya, the proposed one, under the Council of Governors, I would have wished that the governors from tea growing areas should be the ones mandated to do this. But here we have reduced it into a Council of Governors issue and ignoring the specific interests of tea growing areas. In 25 Part A to D, it talks of the sources of funds of the Tea Board of Kenya. All of them are very fake. It talks of donations, money received from well-wishers. If it is a government institution, how can you not provide a specific source of funding of the board? Surely, if it is not clear, I cannot support it. But possibly, that one is hidden in the so-called regulations to be made by the CS to ensure on those powers which were given to the CS to make regulations. I believe that is going to be unfair and should be very clear. There should be nothing hidden. The other issue is on the issue of cartels in the tea auction in Mombasa. This bill does not propose a way of sorting out this problem. I would have expected the Tea Board of Kenya to be given power to monitor the tea auction in Mombasa or wherever they are, so that we ensure that the interests of the small-scale tea farmer is protected. That one is also completely ignored in this bill. My expectations, one of them was the measures which was raised by His Excellency the President about this sector. He raised many issues which are expected to be captured in this bill so that we can smoothen, we can ease the business we do in the tea sector. I would wish, first of all, the idea that KDTA is concentrating on many businesses needs also to be captured in one way or the other, so that it concentrates on its core business, the core business of processing, the core business of self-insurance of the factories, and marketing of tea. Anything else should be left to other people, other provisions, but KDTA should not concentrate on that. Because also the issues of tea is a motive and is touching on the people who elect us nationally and in the counties, and it's a devolved function. I expected at least some powers to be donated or to be given to the Senate and county assemblies to be able to summon the board of these tea factories to appear before them and answer specific questions which are raised to them by the farmers as they deal with them. The issue of tea buying centers, I believe it should be a county function which should be taken care of by the counties to ensure that the issues of hygiene are addressed, and so that our tea can be marketable and acceptable internationally, and is a way of subsidizing tea growing. The other issue also is the protection of tea farmers from multinationals through auctions. I understand the multinationals do control the auctions. Although they can underprice their tea in the auction here, they are the same ones who are going to sell outside there. The underdealings can only be managed through Tea Board of Kenya if such powers is given to the Tea Board of Kenya through the law. But if it is not given, certainly they will not get it from the moon. Such should be provided. The head of state mentioned the issue of tea additional value for our tea. This one is also not captured so that we can adjust the prices of our tea the Sri Lanka way, where Sri Lanka produces the poorest tea, but gets at least twice the price of tea compared to the Kenyan tea. I believe that one also needs to be taken care of. Regulations on how funds are invested as their weight to be paid. Slow down. What's your problem? The regulations of funds as their way to be paid as bonuses. That it needs to be invested wisely so that they are not misused, going to buy other commodities in between. This one should be invested in the interest of the farmers. This one needs to be captured by the law. The current KDTA factories were constructed by the tea growers. The sugarcane farmers are using factories constructed by the national government. Surely the national government must come in, especially when we are dealing with foreign exchange earner like tea, to ensure that they assist in construction of the factories. Currently, there is lots of congestion in our tea factories. The farmers spend their nights in the tea buying centers. Some tea are collected one day or even 2 days later because of that congestion. The government should also be, somewhere in this law, we need to capture the idea that the government needs to chip in to protect this foreign exchange earner. The issue of KTTA, asking the factories to pay their seconded staff from the national office at KTTA level, I believe can be made clearer.
I indicated that I will be inquiring from members. I know those who have spoken. But I only also want to encourage honorable members. Since the debate on this bill started, there have been very many good ideas that have come through. I only hope, honorable members, that you also have read the bill thoroughly to make sure that if these ideas are not contained in the bill, when we go to committee of the whole house, then you can find a way of improving the bill with these ideas. So I also want to encourage you, please don't just come for second reading. Second reading, is, remember, is debate. So it really will not make a lot of sense if all these ideas will remain just in Hansard and they're not captured in the bill. Because I assume that you are saying this because of the challenges and the problems that you've seen in the tea sector. So please, I want to encourage you with all these many good ideas, begin, first of all, thoroughly tooth comb the bill to see whether they are contained in it, and if they are not, you start preparing amendments to input into the bill. I want to know whether the member for West Mogrango has spoken. I think you have spoken. Member for Kipkelionis, I think, also contributed. The chairman of finance. Yes. You have already, yes. Isn't it so?
I have not contributed, Mr. Speaker.
You haven't?
I haven't.
How could it? The member for Kipkelionis is like a living tea.
You know, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, because of a lot of interest on this bill, Mr. Speaker, I chose not to speak earlier. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to say this, that this bill is actually a bill in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, because the problems which have been facing the tea farmers is a lot, Mr. Speaker, and cannot only be resolved by way of just talking in the streets, but rather through legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill majorly has actually brought in the Tea Board of Kenya. In fact, it begs a question why the Tea Board of Kenya was removed in the first place. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have to say this for the benefit of members. In the past, we used to have the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Roads and Public Works, Mr. Speaker, which was actually tasked to perform the maintenance and the construction of roads in the whole country in totality, Mr. Speaker. And that time, the performance on the construction of roads and the maintenance of roads was very, very poor, Mr. Speaker, until when the enactment of laws which gave birth to KENHA, Kenya National Highways Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, and Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Mr. Speaker, once they were brought in place, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a very big change on management of our infrastructure. In the same manner, Mr. Speaker, it was a very sad story that we decided to fold all the authorities which were managing issues of farmers in this country, and we amalgamated them into one. That issue of coming up with one authority to manage issues of agriculture in this country is a big disaster. Why, Mr. Speaker? We need an authority which is concentrating, in charge of concentrating on particular crop, Mr. Speaker. I've heard many members talking about why don't we bring this and this. You know, it depends, Mr. Speaker, on the profiling of that crop. For instance, tea has been consistent in terms of bringing foreign exchange to this country. It's been leading for a very long time. Coffee is another one. Mr. Speaker, we cannot bury our heads in the sand and leave this crop to go down the drains, Mr. Speaker. As tea farmers are really crying that they are no longer getting any benefit, Mr. Speaker, I have to say this, Mr. Speaker, that I have worked in the tea industry before I came to this house, Mr. Speaker, and I know the drivers of the tea industry, Mr. Speaker, and I know that to put money in the pocket of the farmers, we need to work on, one, the prices, Mr. Speaker. We need to work on a way of sustaining growth in the prices, because the prices of tea has been stuck for a very long time. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at productivity. Productivity of our farms has been coming down because of poor management of our farms. And the government has been doing very little, especially now that agriculture is devolved. There is little being put in place to teach our farmers on how to bring in good practices which will enhance productivity, Mr. Speaker. In the wake up of this, Mr. Speaker, we need to have laws which will ensure that the government put a lot of support in bringing farmers to speed on the current progressive agronomy practices, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, previously and even currently, Mr. Speaker, we have a research station in Kericho. It's called Tea Research Foundation, Mr. Speaker, but now it is being returned into an institute, Mr. Speaker, which has very little impact on the farmers because it is not funded. So we need to amend this law to have a certain percentage of our revenue, Mr. Speaker, to be channeled to research. Because a country without research, proper research, Mr. Speaker, it does not have a future. We need to have a future to ensure that there is a future in tea industry by ensuring that the Tea Research Foundation is properly financed and properly put in place so that it ensures that it continues improving the clones and the practices which our farmers are using currently, Mr. Speaker, because some of the tea clones which our farmers are planting, Mr. Speaker, are actually obsolete. Even the practices which are being used by the farmers are obsolete. But the Tea Research Foundation is no longer working well because there is no funding, Mr. Speaker, because it has been put as a department of a bigger organization, Mr. Speaker. We need to enhance Tea Research Foundation because any country which does not invest in research is going to be extinct in the future, in the near future, Mr. Speaker. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. We need to talk about the worst enemy of the farmers. The worst enemy which the farmers are facing currently is marketing, Mr. Speaker. And without a very strong marketing agent, which is managed by the government, we cannot have our farmers benefiting. Currently, the farmers have been left in the hands of KTDA. They have been left in the hands of the brokers. We want to ensure that this particular bill, though many contributors have said it is hollow, this is a house of debate. This is a house of lawmaking. We are supposed to look at it as a structure, then we bring the meat. So we encourage the members here. Let us bring amendments to talk about how marketing will be enhanced, to talk about how the bad practices being practiced by the brokers will be curtailed so that our farmers will get direct benefit. So I encourage the members here that we bring amendments. Myself, I will ensure I bring amendments which will enhance marketing of our tea to ensure that the farmer get the benefit instead of leaving to the brokers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many multinationals are now focusing on direct sales, Mr. Speaker. Direct sales is where the marketers will go out, look for the buyers, and they come and ensure that the factories, the various factories, produces what the market requires. Because as we are producing without knowing who we are producing for, we will not produce as per the specifications from the market. So we will ensure that the marketing arm of what is being suggested now as Tea Board of Kenya is strong enough to ensure that they are able to identify markets for our Kenyan tea. Mr. Speaker, we must also put something here to ensure that our tea is not only exported in bulk, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that our tea is not exported in bulk, but rather we must look for a way of ensuring that we do a value addition in Kenya. So that when we are exporting, we are exporting after adding value. And after adding value, obviously, Mr. Speaker, the prices will be different. Because, you know, Kenya is the best source of tea, Mr. Speaker. The customers will not have an option. If we put a law that no tea will leave Kenya, if it is packaged in more than 1 kilo, that one will ensure that no one will play with our tea, Mr. Speaker, but rather we will encourage the investors who are trading in tea all over the world to come and set up their factories in Kenya, and that will have multiply effect on the economy, because the youth will be employed, Mr. Speaker, and all that is related to tea production in all over the world will actually then trickle down to Kenya, Mr. Speaker. With all those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to encourage members in this House. Let us support it, and let us ensure that we put value into it so that it becomes a very, very good bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I supported the bill with a few comments on some amendments, which, as you said, need to be brought maybe in the third reading on the committee of the whole House, so that at least we can polish and streamline this bill further. Mr. Speaker, the tea industry has really suffered for quite a while, and more so, given that tea is one of the main cash crops of this country. It has not received its share of support in terms of legislation, in terms of support by the government, in support in terms of the board or the bodies which run the same industry, Mr. Speaker. And because of these vices or these failures having not been addressed in the legislation earlier, Mr. Speaker, the tea farmers have suffered from the word go. They have not been getting the return, the value for their labor and efforts. The tea industry is still ever crying because of marketing problems, prices, and even fertilizers, labor, and all those things have been deviling the tea industry, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with this formation, or with this bill to form a board which will run the activities of the tea industry, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that it will do an overhaul and bring in a new face of this industry, where the farmer will benefit, where the country will benefit, and where we shall reap the cartels which have been working in cahoots together to reap the poor farmer of his value, labor. Mr. Speaker, the production cost of tea is very high, especially given that it is human labor intensive. The circumstances under which these farmers harvest and even grow this crop are very harsh, and especially in the cold areas. And at the end of the day, whatever value that farmer gets really does not commensurate with the labor which that particular farmer has put in. And therefore, this board, Mr. Speaker, should go out of its way to go and look for proper markets, and markets where they can get the best value. And that is why the board should also be incorporated in the marketing and even auctioning of this tea, so that they will be the eyes of the farmers where this tea goes, and they reap the best of the prices. Mr. Speaker, I suggest also the board should put a fixed price on the tea, on the price for every tea, kilogram of tea, so that at the end of the month, if at all the market is poor and the prices go down, the board should have a kitty through the treasury or any other source which should be incorporated here, and get some money which will cushion the farmer to get the real value of the money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will find that these days, farmers will struggle to harvest tea, sell the tea to their respective factories, and at the end of the year, whatever the farmer gets is what was sold by the board. Either the prices went down, or the cartels shared out the money because there are so many of them. And at the end of the day, if it is 20 shillings, 25 shillings, or 30 shillings, that is what the farmer gets. It is notwithstanding the inputs which were put there, notwithstanding the fertilizer, notwithstanding the labor for harvesting, notwithstanding even for winding the crop, and all that, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the board should fix a price for tea, so that if it is 60 shillings per kilo, it should be 60 shillings. And if at all the sales are poor and the money is not enough, then the board should go out of its way to get money to go top up, so that at least when the farmer goes to his farm and sends his crop to the factory, he is assured of what he is going to get, is what he is supposed to get, and so that one can at least budget for the same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is part 5, financial provisions. Mr. Speaker, these provisions, they appear to be ambiguous. We need a specific levy. We need a specific fund, which will be at least known the source of where it will come from. Leave alone donations and other grants or monies from other sources. We need a specific levy which will know that these are the funds specifically for the tea board, for the tea industry, and so that when we talk of marketing, we don't wait for donors. When you want to go and do some benchmarking on where to get better markets, we don't wait for donors. We have a specific levy which will be used to cater for these things. Mr. Speaker, there are the cartels which have been working towards poor prices of tea, Mr. Speaker, should also not be included in this board. The board should be people of integrity, and they do a total overhaul and bring in regulations which will keep those dirty ants away from the farmers' monies, Mr. Speaker. The innocent farmer knows that once the tea has been taken to the factory, they just sit down and wait for their money. Whereas there are those now, brokers, who will go and burn their midnight oil to see how they share this money. And therefore, we need a total overhaul of the systems. We don't want to create a board, and once the board sits there, it will be the same board which will just wear the old shoes of the de facto corporations and the others, and still the problem will still continue. So we might put in a board, we might put in new faces, but then the game will continue the same way. We need to do a total overhaul, a total change, so that once we talk of a new board, let it come with the new projections, new regulations, which at the end of the day should benefit the common mwananchi and the farmer. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member for Kandui.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute on this important motion. Mr. Speaker, governments across the world ensure that industry that has direct impact on the livelihoods of the people is protected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, such industry, for instance, tea farmers, coffee farmers, sugarcane farmers, maize farmers, among others, Mr. Speaker, every effort must be put in to ensure that their interests are protected, they are properly regulated, they are supported to ensure that production is enhanced, that they don't make losses, that they are happy that the government is supporting them, Mr. Speaker. So having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the tea bill, the bill before the House, which is seeking, Mr. Speaker, to provide a framework within which the affairs of the tea subsector will be managed, giving regulation, Mr. Speaker, development as well as promotion of the tea industry a priority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the board that is established, a board that is established through this act, through this bill rather, will have clear functions, which will include regulation and promotion, as I said, of the industry, coordinate the activities of individual farmers, Mr. Speaker, as well as the stakeholders within the industry. This is to ensure that there is proper facilitation of access to resources and that the farmers are supported to ensure that they access market without difficulty. One of the problems we have had, Mr. Speaker, like even in the other subsector, the coffee and the sugar industry, Mr. Speaker, the serious mistake which was done by amalgamating the previous enabling acts to those industries has had very adverse, seriously adverse effect on the farmers in the country, Mr. Speaker. So this effort, I think also in line with what we are doing to introduce the Sugar Act, to get the Sugar Act back, is in line with the effort to help the farmers in the country, Mr. Speaker. But what I wanted to say here, Mr. Speaker, is like in the sugar and coffee subsectors, the middlemen, the people who are involved at some level, the marketers, the people involved in sugar, dealing in sugar, be it importation and so on, Mr. Speaker, have been the main beneficiaries at the expense of the ordinary mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, they take most of the earnings. For instance, the tea, the marketers, tea and coffee, those people involved in the marketing, they do nothing. They are not involved at planting. They are not involved in the general process of management of sugar, of tea or coffee. They are not involved even at processing level, but you find them when it comes to marketing. They are here to undertake the marketing and take a big percentage of the earnings that would be due to the farmers, Mr. Speaker. So they are the ones who reap most at the end when everything has been done by the ordinary farmers, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to say that this bill, once enacted, is going to help to cure some of the problems, but we must address that issue of marketing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the membership of the board, I have noted that membership of the board is going up to 11 members of the board. The chairperson and others, those from the ministry, the parent ministry, the Ministry of Trade, and 2 persons from the Council of Governors, and 4 for representing the farmers themselves, Mr. Speaker. Then we have 1 person representing the plantation growers, those with big farms, and 1 person representing the traders, the tea traders. Those are like the millers in the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, this number totals to 11 as the chief executive plays the ex officio role. Mr. Speaker, this goes beyond. I'm not sure, but the regulation, the guide that has been given, the mwongozo, by the Office of the President, pegs the number of board members up to 9. I know that is not, there's no law, but it's a directive. It's a circular from the presidency giving the number of board members to a maximum of 9. This one goes up to 11. We may have to look at how to harmonize this with that mwongozo directive, Mr. Speaker, because this also applies to other proposals that are coming up from other members in relation to establishment of such acts, enactment of such acts, and establishment of boards, Mr. Speaker. So I want just to insist that there should be harmony in relation to this. But it is important that we push through this bill to ensure that the problems that we are experiencing, which came about recently, are dealt with, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to add my voice to this. I have a few other comments, a few other observations which I have noted that we may need to discuss with members of the committee, see how to enrich some of them in the third stage of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, with those few remarks, I strongly support this T-bill, and I urge colleagues to do the same so that we can pass it as soon as possible. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Moranga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the onset, I want to really say I support the bill, and mainly on coming up with the T-Board of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I was actually wondering, because the T-Board existed before, whether there's a way the government, with the new recommendations that you're going to have the tea sector looked at, whether there can be a presidential directive instead of waiting for this bill to go through the House. But all the same, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill, but as you advise, yes, in the third reading, we need to really do a lot of amendments. Because, Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, tea is normally #1 foreign exchange earner in this country. And the spirit of having the AFA, when it was, there was an act of parliament in year 2013, it was to look at the other crops, Mr. Speaker. And I think it was ill-advised for tea and coffee to be put in AFA. I would have expected that desk to deal with millet, sorghum, and other crops that really need a lot of attention for food security in this nation, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I not only envisage as having the T-Board, but my bigger dream, Mr. Speaker, is having actually a ministry that can take care of the cash crops, especially tea and coffee, that are leading foreign exchange earners in this country. Mr. Speaker, I have seen there are several recommendations within the board, the CEO, the corporate secretary, and I will recommend part of the amendment that we have to do that in line with the State Corporation Act. I've seen the board, the company secretary is recommended to have 7 years experience, while the CEO is asked to have 5 years experience. And I think it should be vice versa, Mr. Speaker. In my county, I'm proud to say that we have 11 factories. Some members were asking me, why do you need to speak about tea? And we have 11 factories in Moranga County, and majority, actually all the farmers are small-scale farmers. Mr. Speaker, initially we need to curb, even from the way the board members are appointed at the level of the factories. The issue of the shares, we know there are many small-scale farmers, but they might not have the shares. So we have directors who are appointed, Mr. Speaker, by a few individuals, whereas the majority would prefer to have their preferred director, but because they don't have the number of tea bushes, and you know our land nowadays, Mr. Speaker, we don't have big farms, then we have a few people controlling the industry. So I hope this bill will also address the issue of cartels. This bill will also, as we look at the regulations that will come up, we know farmers have been suffering because of other subsidies like the fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, that comes in very late. And it's not even cheaper. It's not even cheap, Mr. Speaker, to our farmers. So we would, I would recommend that as we go to the amendments, that, Mr. Speaker, that the purpose of this bill will be for the benefit of the farmer and not for the benefit of the people who wait at the auction to benefit from what our farmers has really toiled on. Tea is heavily taxed, Mr. Speaker. And almost in every stage, there's a lot of taxation, massive taxation on tea. And I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that we'll also be able to address, so that as we talk and we help our farmers, we'll be able to take away the burden, Mr. Speaker. And so, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a recommendation of the board. There is the issue of nominated 2 persons of either gender nominated by the Council of County Government. I hope the council will look at these nominees to come from the tea growing zone, Mr. Speaker. And so that we will be having people who are sitting in the board, and these people understand tea. Mr. Speaker, as I look at the financial provisions, Mr. Speaker, where the money shall come from the board, I've not seen any recommendation from the government funding. I think, Mr. Speaker, we have new technology that has come up. We have even new teas that are now fashionable, the green teas, the orthodox tea. And if we want to help our farmers, the government must put in, we have seen government putting a lot of money in maize. in other sector, and the government must put in money to the tea sector so that we help our farmers to get the latest technology, not only in the planting of tree, taking care of tea, but also, Mr. Speaker, technology on the machinery that can help our tea farmers move into the next level. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. I'll be ready with my amendments in that reading, and I will want to encourage the House that we support and fast track this bill. If not that, then the government, through executive orders, we can actually go back to the Tea Board of Kenya and help our farmers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Madioya. Have you spoken?
No.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also put my voice into this very critical bill, and to say on the onset that I do support the creation of the Kenya Tea Board. Mr. Speaker, mainly to bring sanity and regulation to this very, very important industry. The tea sector, Mr. Speaker, is one of the major foreign exchange earners for this country. And we have seen the suffering of our farmers in a very big way. In the last few years, our farmers' earnings have continued to dwindle. And basically, it has shown that there are problems, even at KTDA level, that perhaps will need to be addressed by a body that is more neutral, and a body that now will come with regulatory framework for the industry. Mr. Speaker, I do remember earlier on this year, His Excellency, the President of this country, did pronounce himself and did speak when he was addressing the country a lot that is ailing the tea sector. And I do not know whether the Ministry of Agriculture has really done much. And I think that is why we need a body like Kenya Tea Board that will come and really look at what is really ailing this sector. Bodies like KTDA, for instance, has continued to do many other things. They have actually not stuck to their core business. And they have formed other bodies, including lending companies. They are also into insurance industry, broking. All these issues perhaps they have continued to take a lot of their energy. And I don't think whether farmers really benefit much from the earnings from these other side businesses that they are doing. Nothing much has been said. But having said that, we also know that there are many brokers here in between that can also be managed. And I think the required regulatory framework needs to be put in place, and KTB charged to ensure that they can be able to see to it that our farmers get better earnings. Mr. Speaker, one of the key issues that I picked from His Excellency the President is when he did a comparison between Kenya and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a country that also produces tea, but produces slightly under half of what Kenya produces. Yet, their earnings, because of value addition, and they do value addition only about 50% of their tea, and they are able to make much more than Kenya is currently making. And we must encourage even our tea factories to ensure that they can be able to do tea value addition. And with a body like KTB, which will be looking at other markets, so that Kenya stops depending only on the predominant markets. Our predominant markets of Pakistan, Egypt, Sudan, and Britain seem to be failing us. And the many cartels that are here have formed bodies even outside the country, and some even keep tea in our godowns in Mombasa for periods. They buy when the prices are low, and later on just to sell when the prices are high outside there. So this is an area that really needs regulation. This is an area that really needs a new body that is independent of the actors, that will really come in handy to look at the prices so that our farmers can be the final beneficiaries. So, Mr. Speaker, I really support. One of the key issues that I'll be looking to seeing them do is automation. Automation of even the auction process, so that we do not have people interacting, but seeing people, let the buyers even in the world market, all over the world, be able to know that they can buy their tea through the automated systems. The same, we've seen many countries, that is the system they have gone, the process they have gone. We buy cars even from Japan through automated system. You really don't need to know the seller on the other side. The same thing can happen here. And I think this will enable us to bring the prices back to where they were. So I support, and I look forward to supporting this, even to coming to in the third reading, so that we can really look into the meat of the issues that can really help to ensure that KTB will be a body that will really ensure that Kenyan tea gets in the market at the right price. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kigumo. Sorry, before you speak, I will save your time. Let me recognize students and pupils from the following institution. Those from Nairobi River Primary School, Embakasi West constituency, Nairobi County, and they are welcome to observe the proceedings in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too, like my colleagues, rise to support the Tea Bill 2018. Mr. Speaker, we all know the contribution the tea industry makes to the economy of our country, and it's rather unfortunate that the operations to regulate the industry were then locked up together in the AFA. And I'm happy that this bill now has come at the right time, so that those issues now can be addressed. I've read the bill. I've also read the report of the committee. I've seen various recommendations by the committee, having listened to the various players recommending amendments to streamline some of the issues that were there in the original bill. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the sales of tea last year, it was 69 billion for the factories that are managed by the KTDA, out of which only 46 billion went to the farmers. That is only 2/3 of the sales. Mr. Speaker, my concern then is to have a tea board that will regulate strongly on areas to do with the transaction costs. What eats into the earnings of the farmer, having sold the green tea bulk? Where can we do cost containment? Where can we ensure efficiency to ensure that the farmer gets a little bit more? 2/3 or 24 billion going in transaction costs out of a sale of 69 billion, to me, is extremely high. In the operations of the the tea processing factories, there are very high labor and energy costs. I've had a lot of my colleagues here talking about ensuring automation of those factories, and I believe that the tea board will look into those areas, because the tea industry over the years has continued to use old technology that is eating up into the cost of the farmers. It is a pity, Mr. Speaker, because my constituency, over 2/3 of it is a tea growing constituency, that farmers get even much less than the tea pickers after the costs are deducted. So there is an urgent need that we look into a tea board that will come and address all those issues, regulate the various players in the sector to ensure that the focus is much more on the farmer. When you hear debate about big industries like tea, like coffee, like sugar, a lot of focus goes to the trade and to the traders and the business people and the middlemen. And at times we fail to focus on production. And I would like to see, I believe because the tea bill was mainly to provide for the introduction of a tea board, like used to happen before, I believe the minister will promulgate rules that will operationalize the bill. And I hope that in those rules, and I hope our committee will help members like me who come from tea growing areas to be aware when these rules are out. We believe that those rules should look into the issues of production. Because at times it's very hard to regulate a price of an input like fertilizer. Farmers need affordable farm inputs and affordable credit. And a lot of the transaction cost and abuse of processes happen in the stage of procuring these inputs. We hope that the Tea Board will then play a proper coordination role into how the procurement of inputs like fertilizers are done. Mr. Speaker, a lot has also been said about marketing. We keep on saying we value add. The story of value adding our crops like tea and coffee has been overspoken for the last over 1 decade. But nothing has been done. And the issue is we focus at times on the wrong market. It is very hard for you to take Ketepa to compete with the Liptons. But we have done a lot of effort as a country on the area of intra-African trade. What we need then to perfect through the Ministry of Industry and Trade, working together with the Ministry of Agriculture, is to ensure there are proper tariff regime systems and market access issues are addressed so that when we value add, then the Ketepa can be able to reach DR Congo, can be able to reach South Sudan, can be able to reach Nigeria. I happen to have been working for Ministry of Trade, Mr. Speaker, and I know I went to Nigeria, and in the kiosks, they were having Ketepa, but they kept on asking me, how can we get regular supply of Ketepa? I also went to Lubumbashi, and I got the same question. So the issue is, we need to get a mechanism. It didn't come out clearly in the bill, and I hope we'll be able to talk to the committee members and even the ministry, and perhaps suggest an amendment at the committee stage, because it didn't come out clearly how the board will be financed on the area of marketing. Because when we talk about marketing, it's not just putting an advert, it's ensuring that the product that is value added reaches the correct market where it will find value and it will find buyers. So those are the issues that we need to really address. Mr. Speaker, tea is the most taxed crop, perhaps after maybe coffee. We have 42 taxes levied on tea. Mr. Speaker, this is extreme. I hope that the committee will look into these areas, and at the time the CS for Agriculture will be promulgating rules to operationalize the tea bill or the Tea Act, then we will be able to address how we can do away with some of these unnecessary taxes. The issue of affordable value addition also comes with the quality, and we hope that the Tea Board will be strong enough to work with other players like the ministries concerned to ensure that quality of Kenya tea does not go down. Mr. Speaker, I know it's hard to introduce certain things at the Act stage, but I know some of these things will be bringing them in the committee stage, proposing amendments, also talking to the committee and the ministry, because the president addressed these issues when he talked recently, and there was a lot of happiness and joy from the tea farmers. 90 days after delivery of the green leaf, we would expect some payment to the farmers, at least 50%. But those are the issues that needs to be looked at, because the farmers then get frustrated, and we kill the goose that lays the golden egg. There are issues, somebody talked about liberalization. Frequent changes in policy and liberalization of the agricultural sector creates unnecessary stresses in the market. So we need to ensure there is stability and that changes are not done so frequently to cause confusion to the end market that buy our commodity. Lack of consistency hurts the farmers. I also noted that on the issue of licensing of the various forms of licenses, It has been reduced, it has been increased to 3 years, that you can hold a license for 3 years. We know that certain of the brokers are not always straightforward. So if we give them a license that will last 3 years, then it means if they abuse their privilege, we'll have to wait another 3 years until perhaps we can cancel the licenses. So that's an area that perhaps I'll be introducing an amendment at the committee stage. I also agree with the previous speaker. There is no way you can say that the CEO have an experience of 5 years and the company secretary have an experience of 7 years, and I agree that perhaps that should be vice versa. The CEO should have 7 years, and the company secretary should also perhaps have then the 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nandi County.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill on tea. Honorable Speaker, there is need to establish a Tea Port Authority of Kenya so that it can take care of the tea farmers. I'm here because I was educated through tea funds. And Honorable Speaker, when we were young, our parents used to get a lot of money, but nowadays, even if they have 20 acres or 30 acres, they are depending on other people. So the functions of this authority is to regulate, develop, and promote the industry. We know there are quite a number of brokers who buy tea at low prices, and the farmer at the end of the day can remain with only 10 shillings when they subtract the fertilizers and what have you. So we need this authority so that our farmers can really be taken care of. One other function is to arbitrate when there are disputes. So when the farmers are facing issues, there is a board in place which can fight for their rights. In the regulatory provision, the brokers will obtain license to export, import, and market or process tea. The main purpose is marketing. We know very well there is no good marketing for tea, and we need equity during the payment of honors. In other places, they are given 43 shillings. In my place, and Kericho in particular, they were given 11 shillings, 14 shillings. So when the Tea Port Authority is in place, the farmers will have their rightful share of bonus and what have you. In Article 26, Section 1, it says, at least 3 months before the commencement of each financial year, the board shall cause to be prepared estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the authority for the financial year concerned. This brings the issue of transparency and accountability. The farmers will know what is happening concerning their produce. So they will not be complaining, but they'll see the statements and what have you. Another section, it talks about the CS will receive a report on the operations of the board. So when the CS receives the report, the issues of farmers will be captured well, and they'll know everything about their produce. My prayer only is, we saw the coffee farmers were given 3 billion, the cherry fund. We know very well the tea farmers have been suffering. They cannot take their children to school. Some of them are selling some sections of their land so that they can have a good, a better living standards. So my prayer is that the farmers should be considered with what the coffee farmers were given. So that is my prayer, so that they live a better life like the rest of Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kwanza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
I'm a maize growing farmer, but tea, as I was growing up, Mr. Speaker, was one of the major export earner for this country. And I think I want to agree that we've done very poorly as a country because we've not done much as far as the tea is concerned. And therefore, this bill is going to help us establish the tea board, which I think will revive our hope as a country to make sure that tea is again retained as the export earner for this country, alongside, of course, the coffee, pyrethrum, and even tourism. The Speaker, we've had problems in tea, and going around the countries and going out, you find that in cases where tea is supposed to be doing very well, we don't even have the extension services. I was talking to one of my colleagues here, and he's telling me that the problem we've had is that we are again having a very poor output of tea because we don't have those technical extension services. And therefore, this board that we're going to establish, hope and pray that the membership will have people who actually are technical in this particular field to be able to get into draw, because agriculture is devolved in the county, and the county is doing very poorly, the Speaker, as far as extension services are concerned. And therefore, with this establishment of the board, we hope and pray that we'll be able to have proper extension services to be able to have a very good output of tea for us to be able to compete other countries. I had a chance to go to China, Mr. Speaker, and I saw tea in China. Don't worry about it. Protect me from my neighbor, because I didn't go recently, some times back. So I'm free. I'm free from any ailment. And I think doctor knows I'm okay. I saw tea in China is taken, even drinking tea is at a ceremony. And they have actually consistently had a very good production of tea in that country because they are very organized. So I hope we'll be able to do that. Then, of course, the other thing is marketing of our tea. We've had very poor marketing. This issue of auctioneers in Mombasa, overnight you find tea actually is taken from very far, and by the time it gets there, the quality of tea has gone down. So we should be able to, again, look at the marketing part of it, so that when we send our tea outside the country, it should be one of the best teas as it was, alongside coffee and, of course, pyrethrum, which again is for cotton. I hope we're going to revive that as well. And Madam Speaker, I just want to say that this is an opportunity for us to be able to look at tea as a major export earner for this country, and therefore, in the third reading of this bill, we should be able to put in so many of the inputs that I've heard from my members, and some of them are very, very positive, to be able to improve on this product. I support.
Honourable members, I still have 6 more requests, but I think please just speak to the bill, because the general stories about people drinking tea continuously in one day is not really speaking to the bill. And of course, some of the teas you may have met may not be the kind of thing that the bill is addressing. So please, let's speak to the bill, because there's been a lot of reference to some of the provisions in the bill. Indeed, when the chairman moved, he also made, took the House through the various clauses. So unless you have difficulties with particular clauses, there's no point of repeating that this clause says this is very good, I was brought up with tea, I don't know, bonus. That is not, those are stories you can go and discuss out there when at the members' lobby when you're having tea. Because, yeah, it's now 4:37, so actually it's good time for tea. So please, those of you, because you are still there, please address the bill, not those general things, because the issue about bureaucracy has been spoken. It's becoming tediously repetitive. So just go straight to the issues which are covered by the bill, and any other that you think you'd wish to see included in this bill. This is generalities, because more than 80 of you, almost 90, more than 90 of you have spoken. But many of you are just telling us about how sweet tea is or what, that when you grew up there was bonus of I don't know how many shillings. Now there are people complaining. That is not, I mean, those are stories you can go and, you can discuss that over the weekend. Improve, if you have anything, any ideas to improve, please do it. And in the meantime, I want to alert the chairman of the Transport Committee that he should be in the House, because very soon the mover may be called upon to reply because of the next business. Member from where?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute to this bill. Tea in my county is grown in the upper side of the mountains. We grow rice, but we have a lot of observations that we have made that are very similar to the challenges that we face in our rice growing areas. We look forward to the success of this particular bill, which I highly support, because very soon I'm hoping to see or to have the Rice Board of Kenya also coming up in this House. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward to this particular board, we want to really ask and urge that the board lives to the task that is ahead of us, ahead of it, and more so, Mr. Speaker, on the coordination. When we look at the tea industry, Mr. Speaker, right from the farm, there are many challenges that needs to be looked at. And we're hoping that this board will be able to coordinate. It may be the only one, the only player in the market. There are others, but this particular one is charged with the responsibility of coordination. And it is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, that we now coming up with a specialized focused institution that will look at the challenges that our tea farmers are facing. Mr. Speaker, tea industry has been characterized by a lot of malpractices where some players are gaining and exploiting others, and especially the farmers. And it is for that reason that we highly support this bill, Mr. Speaker. We're hoping that this particular board will be able to look at this industry in whole, Mr. Speaker, as I said, starting from the farmer himself, looking at the challenges that the farmer is facing, and in particular, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring out one area that has been forgotten in many a time when we discuss about farming, may it be in rice, may it be in tea, coffee, and others, and that is the strengthening of our research institutions, Mr. Speaker. Over time, we find our farmers recycling their products, Mr. Speaker, because of lack of strong institutions for research. And this is one area that I would urge that this board that is coming up to not forget, like others have done in the past, that we need to continually, Mr. Speaker, look at the research area so that the tea that we are growing may be reviewed from time to time, and more so looking at our climate changes, Mr. Speaker. We are dealing with this industry as if we are living in a constant climatic conditions in this country, Mr. Speaker, when we acknowledge that there are climate changes that take place, yet our farmers do not have the liberty of going to new types of coffee seedlings, Mr. Speaker. The other area that I think needs to be looked at, Mr. Speaker, is on the weighing machines that are used by various institutions to buy tea, and not just tea, Mr. Speaker. It goes to other farm produce, may it be maize, may it be rice. Our farmers are exploited out there. Many people go to buy these products with adulterated weighing machines, Mr. Speaker, and I hope I'm speaking to the weighing and measures department in this country, that they need to up the game. They need to move out there. They need to protect our farmers, Mr. Speaker. Our farmers are overexploited. Some of the institutions that are charged with the responsibility of buying products from our farmers are the same institutions that are using these type of machines, Mr. Speaker, for their own benefit. And it is a shame that some of them are actually public institutions, some of them are cooperatives, yet they do not find it necessary to protect the interests of the same farmer that they are supposed to protect, Mr. Speaker. Quite often than not, you would find a farmer going to some of these institutions with 100 kilo of product, and he ends up in being given a return of 60 kilos, Mr. Speaker. So this is an area that requires to be really looked at. I'm also hoping that this particular institution will look at how the farmers are handled out there, Mr. Speaker. Quite often than not, our tea farmers would sleep in the buying centers. For 12 hours they are there, waiting for KTDA vehicles to come and buy their products. Nobody cares because they know they don't have any other choice. And it is my hope that we will start valuing our farmers. We will start knowing how they are helping us in this country, not only monetary, but also on food security and other areas, Mr. Speaker, so that we can respect them and dignify them. Having a farmer, having to sleep in a buying center, Mr. Speaker, for 12 hours waiting there, waiting for 12 hours, that is unacceptable in modern Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that this particular board could look into some of those areas. This particular board, Mr. Speaker, will be expected to regulate the licensing of this particular industry. At the same time, I'm hoping at least, that this particular board will work closely with the private sector with a view to expand markets and with a view to ensuring that the different players are fully capacitated to reach out to markets out there, Mr. Speaker, because the private sector will continue to play an important role in this industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the counties who have the responsibility of the agricultural sector, a lot of responsibility in the agricultural sector. Counties in this area, Mr. Speaker, are not doing very well. And we hope that the national government will be able to capacitate the counties to play the role that is expected as spelled out in this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. We've realized, and this is across board, I've seen it even in the rice industry, Mr. Speaker, where, unlike before the agricultural sector was devolved, where we had a lot of support to farmers, where we had national government posting extension officers and other officers out there. The county governments have taken the responsibility, but they have not executed it, Mr. Speaker. We do not have extension officers helping our farmers. And for that reason, the production cost indirectly has been increased because of lack of support from these counties. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that as we develop the operationalization regulations for this particular bill, we will look at the areas that have been a major challenge or post-challenge to our farmers, and also look at the areas that have increased the production costs even before we now focus on the markets, Mr. Speaker. Because we may get a lot of market, we may get a lot of money out there, but is it reaching the pockets of the farmer? How are we ensuring that the farmer, through the research and through the support of these extension services, Mr. Speaker, is supported to ensure that the cost goes low, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I therefore call upon those that will be charged with the responsibility of writing the regulations that will operationalize this particular bill to ensure that the responsibilities for the county government in particular are well spelled out. If that is not done, then we will see two entities, the national and the county governments, trying to focus and work on the same thing, yet they will be causing a lot of confusion, even to the farmer. And therefore, we need very clear roles and responsibilities for the two levels of government and to know what to expect from what. I've seen it in the rice industry. We are still suffering in many areas, and I hope that the tea industry, now that we have this bill, before we bring in the rice board of Kenya in the House, this bill will be a good precedent, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I support.
And I think it was appropriate that the bill originated from the Senate, reflecting the constitutional architecture in which agriculture is devolved. And I want to encourage members who attend some of these many meetings that you attend, that you tell the governors not to cry about agriculture because it is devolved. They should be telling Kenyans what it is that they have done for the last 7 years in the field of agriculture. Now, when they go to present memorandums complaining about, I don't know, they want to grow which crop, who has prevented them from growing with whatever crop? They become now, everybody is just crying. It is not right. So I think I want to congratulate the move of the bill for having brought it, maybe to help these governors of the devolved units. Member for Nambale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment and contribute on the T bill, the Senate Bill number 36 of 2018. Mr. Speaker, sir, the history repeats itself, and I guess that no nation should be embarrassed to have to repeat history. We had a Tea Board of Kenya for many, many, many years. I think whatever the rationale was at the time, obviously not too far-sighted. They amalgamated this into one monstrous organization, struggling to unbundle, to go back to where we were before. That we have wasted time, we have wasted resources, and now I worry again that looking at this bill, I do not see what it is that is significantly saving us from the failures of the previous one. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that the appreciation underlying the formation of the board has not gone sufficiently into factors that are challenging field crops and tree crops such as tea, particularly related to costs of labor as labor costs go up, but also as the opportunity cost of land goes up with population pressure. With population pressure, there are many things you can do with the land that is under long-term crops such as tea, and that puts enormous pressure on it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, one of the major failures was not even within the sector, it was infrastructural. Earlier, there had been dedicated efforts to provide tea roads and things like that, power of course, but when these utilities failed or infrastructure plans affecting roads failed generally, the tea sector was caught into it. I think in the old days you could have really bad roads, but as you enter the tea zone, you would get roads that are reasonably well maintained. And that, I think, was the way to go. But when there is a general failure in the sector, of course, it affects these commodities like this. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also I want to say that I would support this revival, re-looking, this rewriting of history again, in the expectation that it is something that the government will carry across all sectors where there are major commodities, either major commodities by virtue of their trade size or major commodities by virtue of the substitution and the import substitution or the contribution to the food basket that goes on, hoping that the wisdom we gain will be applied across the board, and also ensuring, therefore, that the expectations of county government, expectations of citizens of this country, of their government, is such that the government is forced to cast the eyes across the land to get this done. I know we justify many things by virtue of their importance as foreign exchange earners, but let us remember, you can be very important, a commodity could be very important or an activity because they earn foreign exchange. It can also be equally important because they save foreign exchange. If you are unable to produce basic cereals, grains and cereals, you'll import them. And if you have a grain or cereal that saves you that import, it's extremely important in terms of its foreign exchange saving potential that there is. So in looking at commodities, generally, Mr. Speaker, I would say let us not get carried away simply by the earning aspect. I think we should look at the impact on foreign exchange. It could be earning, could be saving, and both of them can be equally important. Second, but last but two, Mr. Speaker, I do not see in the bill anything that will tame either the size or the appetite of the board to get as big as possible to buy the most expensive cars and so on. We used to have in the old model, it worked well in coffee, I don't know how well it worked in tea, in which there was a certain proportion of the earnings of the coffee sector that actually financed research. In the days that was done, the coffee research in Kenya was of world standard. In the Far East, Papua New Guinea copied from Kenya. They even brought scientists from Kenya who worked with them. And many, many other countries that learned from Kenya. We also had the development of cultivars that are now well known in the industry, have been researched and written about, which were in fact developed, fully developed in Kenya. And those were the days when all of that research was being done within the context of the resources of the industry, with the national government playing, of course, a regulatory role to ensure that the phytosanitary side and other regulations that conform to international standards, which was a limited role, which kept the national budget small. What I see here, and I don't see here clearly, there is no attempt to rein in what might turn out to be the size of the T-board. There is no clarity as for to who exactly is meeting the bill. We are treating all farmers as if they were poor, which is a big mistake. I think we should internalize this, and if the national government is putting in additional resources over and above this, it must be because there are areas that they want to be able to reach that are out of the reach of the board, out of the reach of the capacity of the farmers, but just shouldn't be simply because you earn us foreign exchange, we shall put in money what it takes. Now, we should be looking at the future as well. And the future is not going to be rosy for tree crops, that's for sure. What's going to make us rich is going to be in services, it's going to be new crops like we have done in the case of, for example, who knew that Kenya would become one of the most significant suppliers of cut flowers. In fact, we were second biggest, maybe, I don't know if we are still biggest, we have moved to position number one. We're competing with countries like Holland, with Chile. And this was not because there was a board. This is because there was sufficient entrepreneurship that had flourished from the industry that looked out both for resources, financial and material. I worry, in fact, much as we want to set up a T-board, that we may be setting up a perimeter wire around the capacity of the institutions, around the capacity of the growers. In fact, we may be disenfranchising farmers in putting up their own initiatives because everything has to go via the board. The board is a bureaucracy, as they all tend to be. We have here already, say we shall have 4 farmer representatives on the board, 2 from the eastern zone and 2 from the western zone. Why not just have 2? Why do you want to have 4? And if you want to have the gender, if you appoint one male from one zone, put female from the other zone. Why are we increasing the expenses of the board that is going to have to be carried? In fact, unfortunately,
not even by the farmers, but by the state, which means the cost curves of the state will go one direction, and the reality of the earnings of the crop may go another direction. I really think we need to look at this really, really seriously, have lean boards. I think this is too big a board. I think this is typical of boards where people go in to make an income. Now there'll be a fight there about now who is going to be appointed to make what money. This will become, like, since the chair is a presidential appointment, who gets what patronage and so on. That's not what this country needs in agriculture. I think that we should have a leaner board dealing largely with the regulatory side and allowing even the tea growers, like the coffee growers, also to, on their own, identify markets, produce products in their factories that meet those markets, more like the coffee direction is going. That's part of what has helped coffee a bit. And if we don't do that, I think we are now going to make this thing like a civil service process. And I do not see this, in fact, being the savior of the tea industry, the way I see it. All the noises you hear now are that, you know, we helped this crop, we not helped this other crop. But there are areas where the rich, because quite a bit of our tea is exported, much less than coffee, of course, the ratio. But what is exported has been in specialty markets. This is not going to be done by a team of civil servants who go to delegations from here to delegations. This is going to be done by the farmers themselves who invest the money. We need to have institutional arrangements that allow for this. When I look at this, as I said, I see a perimeter fencing. In fact, a perimeter wall being built around the tea industry. And I don't see that taking us to the next level that we want to go. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, tea is grown in areas that are soils and climate conditions that are generally very favorable, because it requires lots of rainfall, the soil types, and so on. Therefore, it's also amenable to a lot of other activities that can be done in those same areas. We must acknowledge that. If that's not understood well, you will not get a great expansion in tea, because dairy will be competing with it, and there are several other areas.
Very well, Honorable Member. You kind of support. Very well, Honorable Member. Now, as we had said earlier, this bill has actually had its fair share of extensive engagement and debate by the members. So you have the two members, and then the mover, please be ready to reply. We shall have Honorable Wainaina and Honorable Marimo. And then we'll make progress.
Very well, we are back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this bill. And I really would want to say that in all these formation of KTB, I see the CEO as a very, very important person. And I think in the beginning is the experience that we are giving him, we are saying in a relevant degree. But I'm thinking that is very, very important to be able to sit down and define what that degree is. Otherwise, this is the person who is going to carry the vision of this Kenya Tea Board. And if you start in the wrong foot, then it means you are going to end in the wrong foot. And I also think that giving him a term of 3 years, really this is very short. I am thinking that there is a lot of work that needs to be done at the KTB, because I can see the shambles that are tea industry today. And if we are we are going to do anything about it, I would propose a term of 4 years and renewable 4 years. This way, probably we can be able to see some results from this person. And what do I want to see from this CEO? The issue is that probably it's good to start from top to bottom, because all the time we put a lot of resources at the farmers, at the farm gate, forgetting that if the market does not move, then the farmer becomes the person who is wailing all the time. So basically starting from the top, the marketing. Why has our tea remained a commodity all the time? And you can see like the last 2 years, the prices have been really, really bad. Because why? Places like China, they have come in very strongly and they're saying, why are we buying tea? Why are we importing tea from outside? So they're also developing their own tea plantations. So, and what I'm saying is, if you do not think out of the box, we will not be able to sell our tea. It is high time we start packing our tea and branding it so that Ketepa becomes a brand renowned everywhere. What do we need to do so that we are not always talking about black tea? If you go to these countries, and I keep referring to China because I think they are very aggressive, you find they have green tea, they have black tea, they have purple tea. In fact, I know a friend of mine who is actually in California, and he had to move to California from actually Florida. He's doing purple tea, and this purple tea is actually from Kenya. Unfortunately, this guy has only two farmers who are doing purple tea. And why is everybody stuck with green tea? Why is everybody stuck with black tea while our market is purple tea? So what you're saying is, can we start evolving? Can we, and I see that KTB is in charge of research. Then why don't we put money so that we can be able to know what are the varieties that are required in the world? Again, we are talking about organic tea. Organic tea, everybody, if you go to Europe today, if you go to America today, a lot of people now are consuming organic products. Why are we stuck with conventional? We are doing fertilizers, we are doing every bit of things. Even when coronavirus comes in, nobody knows where it hits. So basically, again, if we stick to natural, organic, where it's chemical-free, then it means you are widening our market. In any case, these products have got a premium to our farmers. So basically, again, I'm saying if we can make the market good, it means that we can be able to hit this market and farmers are going to have their money. Now, when we come to distribution, a member said that she went to Nigeria and there was Ketepa in the kiosk. But how does it get there? Right now, it is very, very expensive to take anything to West Africa. But Kenya Airways goes to West Africa on a daily basis. What is this that we can do so that we can even have a second flight going to West Africa only for cargo service with cargo? And if you can make it this right, if you can be able to get down to it, we can be able to tap African market. Remember, after China, Africa is the other next biggest growing market. And I think it's good to take note of this. I wish also to say that even when we are talking of tea as a commodity, can KTB ensure that we have got a buffer fund? Because every time that tea goes down, because anyway is a commodity, and you cannot control commodity prices, one time the demand is high, another time demand is low. If we have a buffer fund, it means the farmer is going to get some kind of equalization in his earnings or her earnings, and basically they can be able to wait until the following year when the prices can be able to improve. When it comes to payment, you find that a farmer gets 10% and 90% bonus. This bonus comes after 1 year, 12 months. What is the problem with this? The farmer is needed to pay for fertilizer, is required to pay for labor, is required to pay for I don't know what. I would really prefer, if a farmer is paid 50% on a monthly payment, then 50% can come as bonus, then farmer can remain afloat. And of course, we also want to ensure, I can see that KTB is actually responsible for licensing the brokers. And I can say this, these brokers, at the end of the day, they are the source of the problem. I would totally say, let us try to eliminate these brokers as much as we can. Let us see, especially for the green leaf, let us ensure that the farmer is able to be reached so that they can be able to deliver their tea to the factories or to the centers, as it were. Finally, we have got 54 factories in this country. And these factories, sometimes they run like kiosks, I'm afraid. And I don't know how to say, because when you look at these factories and you see that they're handling farmers' tea, even the way they weigh this tea, you find a farmer is weighing 100 kilos, but whatever is recorded at the factory is 70 kilos. We need professionalism in these factories. And also, what I would want to say is it possible that these 54 factories can make an apex body? While KTB remains a regulator, we have an apex body that is actually quoted at Nairobi Stock Exchange, And then what will happen to this is these factories will become corporate holders with direct ownership to this apex body. So, and these people, what happens is every farmer will have an advantage of having the advantages of good audit. They're having the advantages of everything that goes with the accountability of Nairobi Stock Exchange. So I support that we create the KTB, and thank you for giving me this chance. Asante.
Malimo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to equally contribute to the tea bill of 2018. Mr. Speaker, tea is a commodity that actually contributes to the economy of this country in terms of GDP, and it must be protected. This sector must be protected by all measures to ensure our farmers are safe from exploitation. Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, just because of what is ailing tea sector and what is ailing coffee sector, under the former Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Mr. Kiunjuri, a task force was constituted to look into what is ailing this sector. And subsequently, Mr. Speaker, another task force was also constituted by the President to look into such matters. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing much that has been done to ensure this report is put into use. Just because, Mr. Speaker, in this country, unfortunately, there are cartels everywhere. And therefore, in the tea sector, under the jurisdiction of KTDA, there are cartels who are making sure that such a report will not see the light of the day. That report is put on shelves to accumulate dust. And therefore, with this introduction of this bill of 2018, Mr. Speaker, I really would like to support, because it will be able to bring recommendation in terms of formulation of policies, in terms of strategic for regulation for the tea sector. Mr. Speaker, I speak not as a tree grower. I'm not a farmer, actually. I'm a pastoralist. But I'm a consumer, Mr. Speaker. Pastoralists, generally in the entire Kenya, they are the biggest consumers of tea. And I therefore stand here to defend the quality of tea produced by the tea growers, so that those farmers, because once there is no production of tea and quality tea, because, Mr. Speaker, I will be able to tell you that it is me, the consumer, who will know the quality of the tea produced by the tea growers in Kericho or across the country. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I think it is always very important also to safeguard our farmers in terms of what do they earn at the end of the day. Because we need to actually motivate such farmers so that they can keep on growing tea. And the fact that actually this tea, our Kenyan tea particularly, is #1 tea worldwide. If you go to America, if you go to Asia, if you go to Malaysia, and even Japan, and even Saudi Arabia for that matter, it is everyone will prefer to use or to buy Kenyan tea. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very important to bring about some regulation around tea production, so that at least as a country, our factories don't fall down. Mr. Speaker, the other day, in the sugar industry, for instance, you have seen, just because we are importing some substandard sugar from outside Kenya, all of a sudden you will hear that it has some mercury content. And it actually brings a lot of problem in our country that people are even afraid for their own, there is a risk of health. That the fact that we have coronavirus now actually everywhere, people might even now refuse even to take tea or even such kind of commodities. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I actually concur and support this bill, tea bill of 2018. Thank you so much.
Well, as I tell you, the space for that bill now is done. We shall have the mover replying.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me to first and foremost thank my colleagues, those who contributed. As per your list, you can see it's a long list of colleagues who contributed. I wish to thank them so much for the time they took and the input which they've made into the bill. Honorable Speaker, I wish to really confirm that I'll also take time and read the Hansard, because this is a bill for posterity. This is a bill that must really be considered well, a bill which Kenyans are anticipating that it should help the farmers. Honorable Speaker, colleagues have raised various issues, issues touching on taxation, as raised by the Honorable Member for Kigumo. Honorable Speaker, will be looking at it, and she really actually alluded to the issues of 42 strata taxation. That's a huge issue, which I feel at the committee level we have not looked at it, but when she brings up the amendment to that effect, Honorable Speaker, we will be very comfortable to accommodate for the good of the country. Honorable Speaker, many members expressed issues to do with crop development, and we will also be inviting them. Those who talked about it, kindly, it's my prayer to you and an appeal that you bring forward any amendments to that effect, Honorable Speaker, especially touching on the specialty tea and the Black Sea Tea. The way members express it on the floor, we will really be accommodative to that. Honorable Speaker, there was also the concern in terms of the marketing structure of the tea. In as much as we are going to produce the tea, we are going to do the crop husbandry to it. What is the joy of a farmer is to see that there is a market and a good marketing structure for that. And therefore, Honorable Mbarire expressed her interest, Honorable Speaker, to really make some proposals towards the administration structure of KTDA, and we will be accommodative to that, and we want to really encourage her to bring those amendments so that we can be able to enrich the bill and make the bill farmer-driven, make the bill be acceptable to all Kenyans, and let it be supportive to the farmer. Honorable Speaker, also on our side as the committee, we have looked at various issues. Most of the issues have been sought in terms of members expressing their concern. For example, what you've just heard from the MP for Honorable Jankol, he has really mentioned an issue which is already captured into the proposed amendments by the report, Honorable Speaker. You can feel what we felt as a committee can also be expressed in the similar manner by the MP, Honorable Jungle. That means, Honorable Speaker, we are talking at the same language and we feel for the same farmer, which will also be accommodate. And should there be any other opposition, we want to welcome and be accommodative to as many members' views as possible so that we build a bill that is really good for all of us. Honorable Speaker, in final, I wish to extend my appreciation to the Secretariat. Our Secretariat was very good. It really had to sit some long hours, until we had to complete the report. I wish also to express my appreciation to the Clerk of the National Assembly for really allowing the Secretariat to be with us at that time. Finally, and in whole, I wish to thank members and the House as a whole for their participation into this very good bill, so that we make a good bill for posterity, especially in the agriculture sector. Honorable Speaker, with those very few and many remarks, I beg to reply.
Now, we shall not put the question at this particular time. We penned putting the question on the T bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, to a subsequent time. Next order.
Order number 9, the County Roads, Walkways and Parking Bays Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2018, second reading.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Oh, I'm made aware that the Chairman, Honorable Kosing, is on a consultation somewhere. So step that down. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, report on audited financial statements for the Agricultural Settlement Trustee Fund, the Universal Service Fund, and the Water Sector Trust Fund.
The Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. The last time I checked, you are not the chair. You must be the vice chair or a member of that committee. You are not authorized member. Please, you have the floor. Proceed. Honorable Kivasu. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I beg to move that this House adopts the 5th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on audited financial statements for Agricultural Settlement Fund trustees for financial year 2015-2016, Universal Service Fund 2016-2017, and Water Sector Trust Fund 2016-2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29th October 2019. Honorable Speaker, the Special Funds Accounts Committee is amongst the 3 watchdog committees of this 12th Parliament responsible for examination of reports of the Auditor General of the following funds laid before this House to ensure probity, efficiency, and effectiveness in application of public funds. 1, the Equalization Fund, the Political Parties Fund, the Judiciary Fund, the National Government Constituency Development Fund, and such other fund established by law as the Speaker may direct. Examination of audited accounts of Agricultural Settlement Fund trustees, Universal Service Fund, and Water Sector Trust Fund is amongst the mandate of the committee as provided under the National Assembly Standing Order number 205A. In so doing, the committee ascertains whether public funds are being utilized in a lawful, authorized, effective, efficient, economical, and transparent manner. This is in line with Article 95(4), Part C of the Constitution, which gives this House power to oversight over national revenue and its expenditure, and Article 229, Sub-Article 8, which mandates the House to consider audit reports and take appropriate actions within 3 months upon receipt of the reports from the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, the Agricultural Settlement Fund trustees, Universal Service Fund, and Water Sector Trust Fund are established under various acts of Parliament and have specific mandates geared towards improving the lives of the Kenyan people. The Agricultural Settlement Fund trustees was established in 1963 and was meant for agricultural development and purchase of land. However, its current mandate is limited to purchasing land for internally displaced persons and squatters with a running loan set to expire in the year 2022. The Universal Service Fund, on the other hand, is mandated to ensure widespread access to information and communication technology and to support capacity building and to promote innovation in information and communication technologies. Further, the Water Sector Trust Fund is mandated to provide conditional and unconditional grants to counties in addition to the Equalization Fund and to assist in financing the development and management of water services in marginalized areas or any area which is considered by the Board of Trustees to be underserved. Honorable Speaker, based on the important role that the funds play towards national development, there is need for proper utilization and accountability of public resources invested towards realization of mandates of these institutions. It is on this basis that the committee invited accounting officers of the funds to respond to the audit queries raised in the report of the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, during examination of the reports of the Auditor General, the committee came up with various recommendations arising from observations and findings made. On Universal Service Fund, the committee found out that the fund flagged out its first project in the financial year 2015-2016, where it connected about 212 sub-locations with ICT services. The connections benefited 889 public schools in the 47 counties with computer kits. Its annual budget in the year 2015-2016 was Kenya shillings 7 billion, and this is expected to rise to Kenya shillings 27 billion in order to ensure connectivity to the whole country. Due to various players undertaking similar projects at the grassroots, the committee felt that there is likelihood of duplication of projects initiated by this fund. The Ministry of ICT and Education, the county governments, and the National Government Constituent Development Fund at the grassroots. It is on this basis that the committee recommended that Universal Service Fund Board develops partnerships with the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board, the ministry concerned with education matters, and all other players in development at the constituency level during implementation of its projects to enhance participation and avoid duplication of projects. In addition, the board should ensure equity in sharing of resources, particularly ICT connectivity to public schools. On Water Sector Trust Fund, the committee observed that the board was yet to come up with a framework to monitor projects under implementation by various agencies or community-based organizations to ensure that they are carried out in line with Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. The committee further observed that Ethics and Commission had commenced investigations regarding amounts totaling to 16,709,882 given to various project implementing agents and was subject to audit query. It is on this basis that the committee recommended that the Water Sector Trust Fund Board avails adequate resources and tools to strengthen monitoring and evaluation of projects under implementation to ensure conformity with the law. In addition, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission should fast-track all ongoing investigations of the fund and submit a status report to the National Assembly within 3 months of adoption of this report by this House. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that most audit queries under the Agricultural Settlement Fund Trustees Fund remained unresolved, given that the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning was relying on manual records to reconstruct the accounts of the fund, whose process was still ongoing during the period under review. This was as a result of crashing of the mainframe computer in the year 1994-95, when the fund was managed under the National Treasury, resulting into usage of a block opening balance without supporting documents to prepare financial statements on the year 2007-2008 by the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning when it took over management of this fund. Based on the findings, the committee recommended that the Directorate of Criminal Investigations investigates the operations of the fund as to the veracity of loss of documents as alleged by the fund, and take action against any officers managing the fund, whether current or past, for breach of Section 68, subsection 2B and C of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which requires all financial and accounting records kept in any form to be adequately protected and backed up. Honorable Speaker, the committee also undertook field visits in farms purchased to settle IDPs at a cost of Kenya shillings 4,076,800,380, which is approximately 4.08 billion, and which was subject to audit query. The objectives of the visits were to conduct a physical verification of the information supplied by the accounting officer pertaining to the size and ownership of land purchased under the IDP program, and to ascertain the actual beneficiaries settled in the land purchased under farms. The visits were undertaken in 4 farms located in Bonde Village, Suwera location, Cheragani constituency in Trans Nzoia East sub-county, and various farms in Rogai and Kisima areas in Nakuru County. From the field visits in the 2 counties, the committee found that 1, subdivision of the land in Kisima Farm, Nakuru County, and Bonde Farm in Trans Nzoia County was yet to be concluded despite the presidential directive of September 25th, 2009. 2, failure by the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning to conclude surveying and subdivision of purchased land and issuance of the title deeds had led to IDP. That's fine.
You have your time. You have your time. So, please, take your time. Take present without too much. Don't be under pressure. I can hear Honorable Marwa telling you to summarize.
He knows I'm a first timer, Mr. Speaker.
It is a persuasion.
I have the time, Honorable Chris. Point number 2, failure by the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning to conclude surveying and subdivision of purchased land and issuance of the title deeds had led to IDPs being settled in makeshift structures, living in deplorable conditions where basic sanitation amenities were lacking. 3, the Ministry of Land and Fiscal Planning had not prioritized resettlement of the IDPs since the year 2012 when the land was purchased. 4, the process of IDPs resettlement was not planned well given the period it had taken for the process to be completed. Arising from the findings on resettlement of IDPs, the committee recommended the following amongst others under the audit query. 1, the Principal Secretary, Minister of Lands and Fiscal Planning, ensures that the land purchased for IDP settlement program is surveyed and subdivided within 3 months of adoption of this report by the House. 2, the Principal Secretary, Minister of Lands and Fiscal Planning, ensures issuance of titles to beneficiaries of land purchased under IDP settlement program within 6 months of adoption of this report by the House. And 3, the Auditor General undertakes a special audit on the land purchased under IDPs by the Agriculture Settlement Fund trustees and report to the National Assembly within 3 months of adoption of this report by the House. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to thank your office and of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support extended during consideration of the reports. May I also extend committee appreciation to the Office of the Auditor General and the National Treasury for the complementary role that they continue to play in oversight over public funds. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I acknowledge with gratitude the Office of the Principal Secretary, Minister of Lands and Fiscal Planning for availing information pertaining to management of this fund, which enabled the committee to finalize this report in time. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Member of Parliament, Teso South, Honorable Omuse, to second the report. Thank you.
Honorable Omuse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I stand to second the motion, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the support this committee gets from the Office of the Speaker. However, Honorable Speaker, we still have challenges. And I wish to request that you help and stand firmly with this committee because it's the youngest committee in the House, Honorable Speaker. Currently, we are supposed to be moving out to do examination of other reports, but we are unable to do that, Honorable Speaker. But I leave that one to your office so that it is addressed. Honorable Speaker, I want to echo one thing on the issue of settling down the IDPs, especially in Kisima in Nakuru. I wish that as the recommendations that have been put across, the same be implemented as soon as possible, because if you look at the state of the families that are there, Honorable Speaker, the situation is deplorable. As I conclude, I wish to also thank the House, thank the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for the support they gave the committee, and I second.
Honourable members, I will propose a question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited financial statements for the Agricultural Settlement Trust Fund for the year ended 30th June 2016, the Universal Service Fund for the year ended 30th June 2017, and the Water Sector Trust Fund for the year ended 30th June 2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, October 29th, 2019. Honorable Ganya Chachu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this report of the Special Funds Committee on the Universal Service Fund as well as the Water Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are two funds that were created to really enhance services to the marginal, rural, remote communities of our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, Special Universal Service Fund is supposed to really provide ICT services to those very marginal, remote areas in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, and the special funds that they were given by the state to undertake this very special project. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm a member of parliament from a very rural constituency, North Hall constituency, as you very well know. Mr. Speaker, sir, these funds are actually supposed to be given to our schools, especially secondary schools, so that they are able to access ICT services. Mr. Speaker, sir, and a requirement for this to be done is that schools must have very modern laboratories. And most of our schools do lack this. As a result, most of our schools are not able to benefit from these services. Mr. Speaker, sir, this fund could even approach members of parliament and even ask the members to actually put up these laboratory facilities because it's a mandate you can easily do under our CDF. This we are not being told. We are just being told you are not able to access this fund simply because you lack these infrastructures. In essence, this fund is supposed to, enable these marginal areas, marginal schools to be at par with the rest of the nation, are even further marginalized. From my own research, I did discover that most of these funds actually goes to Machakos and some of these areas around here with similar facilities, and they're supposed to be remote and rural and marginal. So, Speaker, I strongly request the members of the Special Funds Committee to really push this Universal Service Fund, to really have a sitting with members of parliament from these rural areas, from these marginal counties and constituencies, who are willing to invest with them so that our constituencies, our schools, primary and secondary schools, and even colleges in these regions are able to benefit from the ICT services that this special fund is supposed to provide. Mr. Speaker, sir, equally, Water Trust Fund. This is another fund that has been established to enable these marginal counties, these marginal areas with severe water scarcities to be able to construct water infrastructures, whether it's rainwater harvesting infrastructures, whether these are boreholes, dams, ponds, etc. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are grants that are actually given to county governments, and the county governments implement these projects through these companies that they establish. These companies, Mr. Speaker, sir, are very poorly managed. They are, I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, just channels for corruption and mismanagement. And Mr. Speaker, sir, because of this, so much fund is available, and largely actually from the donors, but through the Water Trust Fund. And we are hardly seeing any benefit, tangible benefits from this Water Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have seen advertisements now and then in the papers. Our people go for them, but eventually they're all cancelled. Simply because of mismanagement. These companies are very poorly managed. Of course, they are answerable to the governors and the other technocrats at our county levels. And because of this, Mr. Speaker, sir, this water trust fund is not able to provide the service that it has been created to provide. I can speak very well for Marsabit, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm sure this is true for most of these marginal counties in our areas. So, and Mr. Speaker, sir, for these companies to be operational, I think they need to build their capacities. They need to do a serious audit of what they have been doing since they have been established. And maybe even before they give them the funds, let us have institutions that are viable, that are able to execute the mandate that they are given. As they are, Mr. Speaker, sir, these funds, whether it's Universal Service Fund, whether it's Water Trust Fund, it's not serving us. And I really call upon our colleagues in this Special Funds Committee to take a hard look at what these funds are doing in our constituencies, in these marginal counties, and ensure that they are up to the task for which they have been established to do. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the report.
We shall now have Honorable Luyai Amisi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I was just trying to quickly peruse the report before I can make so let me give the next, and then I'll take the second.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Very well. I hope Honorable Angatia Savula has read. You have the floor, Honorable Savula.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, actually, I was behind the mover when he was actually going through the report. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker. We have to observe timelines. The report is very clear. It has indicated areas where we need to look into. And the first area it has looked into is the issue of misappropriation of the funds because of lack of records. And it has given a recommendation to Ethics and Corruption Authority that they must look into the matter and report back to this institution within 3 months. I doubt, Mr. Speaker, if that will happen, because so many reports of committees are gathering dust in the rooms here, because they are presented to such bigger institution with the mandate to do further investigation and report to this House, but they take more time and Parliament gets dissolved before the report is brought to this House for debate and action, and the action they have taken. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it's also shameful to be discussing issues regarding IDPs. The retired President Kenyatta, the retired President Mwai Kibaki, and the retired Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga agreed on a national accord in this Parliament. The national accord was developed and adopted by this Parliament. People who were internally displaced during the post-election violence were supposed to go back to their land. What are we doing with the issues of internally displaced people? Did they come from the air? Where did they come from? How long shall we take to solve the issue of internally displaced people? Where did they originate from? If we talk about squatters, we know they are landless people. We know where they come from because they are not settled. But internally displaced people, because of post-election violence, we know where they come from. In Lugari, we identified them. We used the national accord to create a cohesiveness mood and resettle them back in their land. Lugari is a cosmopolitan constituency. We have all tribes in Lugari, the Kikuyus, the Kambas, the Merus, the Luyas, the Kalenjins, but we are living in harmony. Which part of the country still has issues of IDPs when you have peace in the country? Why can't they use another accord that is existing between President Uhuru and People's President Raila Amolo Odinga to sort this issue once and for all? The national accord means Kenya coexist. If I land in Narok here, I will stay in Narok. If I land in Kirinyaga, I will stay in Kirinyaga. I'm a Kenyan and I have a right to stay anywhere in this part of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I wonder, this day and age, we are still talking about issues of settling IDPs. We have to be serious, and there's a recommendation here that the records of purchasing of internally displaced person land running into loans set to expire in the year 2022. We are talking about year 2022. We are still pushing IDP's issues further to the year 2022. Are we serious? And we have national. Why can't we ask the IDPs go back to their land? We'll provide peace. Why can't we ask them go back to your land and be part of the people who are participating in the national development of this country, because cohesiveness exists. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that has been raised here by this committee is the first nature in which now the Auditor General Office is acting on issues of the audit. Recently we discussed the PAC report and PIC report, which were presented by the auditor from the Auditor General, and I'm happy the Auditor General Office also cooperated in giving their evidence and their matters to be considered to this office, to this committee. Mr. Speaker, finally, I thank the committee for having done a good job, and let's resolve the issue of IDPs once and for all, because no one is an internally displaced person in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kirema Gushine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the committee, through the chairman, has submitted, I really support their work and the effort they have put to come up with this report as it is, because it means a lot of input. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are a number of things which I feel that they shouldn't be, as it has been said just by my colleague, on this issue of IDPs. As it is, the current leadership of the ruling party and the opposition, it is their stand that this country will never experience the idea of violence after election at any other given time from now, henceforth, going forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, taking into account the prevailing peace existing in the country now, we should not be hearing of the idea of IDPs, because as it is, the Constitution provides that one can stay in any part of the country, can trade in any part of the country, and they can own property at any part of the country. And as for that, those people who experienced violence in the year 2007 and 2008, because they are the ones who came up with this idea of the crisis of IDPs, after the inauguration of the 2010 Constitution, it means that they were guaranteed of security, peace, and even coexistence with the communities or even the areas which they were living in before. As for that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I take that these IDPs should not be enjoying what we call as a monopoly on being called IDPs, yet the properties or the pieces of land which they used to own at that particular time still exist, because they have valid title deeds and they shouldn't go back to their land. There are those who took bold steps to go back to their lands and they have never been bothered. It's the time that we should encourage them, and this is the executive should encourage the current people who are living in area camps, referring to themselves as IDPs, to go back to their pieces of land, because there are many masquerading IDPs who are not really IDPs. And as for that, they expect free money from different quarters, because they expect even NGOs to chip in. And as for that, I feel that this idea of IDPs should not be being addressed at this particular time. It should have been finished long time ago, and we should have cleared with this one. But as it relates to this unaccounted funds by the office concerned, dealing with the Agricultural Settlement Trust Fund and the Universal Service Fund, Mr. Speaker, sir, I feel that each officer shouldn't be accountable or shouldn't be liable of his own action, because if one is entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that the public funds are secure and they are protected in any capacity or in any office which one owns, then an officer concerned, the particular officer concerned, should not be shifting blame to say that we don't have books, computers crashed, or this or that took place. One should be responsible of his own action, and the public money must be accounted for to the last coin. Because that's why we are every day shouting about corruption, corruption, corruption without an end, and we are not pinning one down. We are just shifting the idea of corruption to one person like an angel of corruption. which does not even exist, but because of the political connotations, we are shifting it to one direction, and we are forgetting the main corrupt characters are or they are occupying big public offices. Mr. Speaker, sir, to conclude my remarks, we have this universal service fund, of which it is supposed to be like equalization fund to those areas which are suffering or which are we call marginal areas. It is to uttermost a surprise to some of us that the constituencies we come from, let's say like in my constituency, Central Imenti. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is an interesting constituency because it comes from the forest side and it goes down to the Raka side, which borders Kitui. If you go to those places, down places like the Raka, which is bordering Kitui, it is the most remote, it's one of the most remote parts of the constituency. People there have no cash crop. People there have nothing which they can rely upon. People there, when it comes to dry seasons, they beg. They are supplying with the relief food. But when it comes to equalization fund, we are denied. When it comes to this universal fund, let's say, identifying schools which should be assisted, we are denied that fact. Because Meru is branded in generally as a place which has no problems. Yet there are some places which really relies on relief food, or which students cannot be able to be maintained in school throughout the year because of dry seasons and because of difficult periods which students cannot be in school. So we are praying that when it comes to this consideration of the universal service fund, which assists public schools or which assist infrastructural system to enhance education in the areas of marginalized areas, we should be considered. Meru, especially Tigania, a part of Igembe North, and the Central Imenti, the down part of Central Imenti, it should be considered. And I don't know why nobody has ever stated that we are not the same, even though we are serving one constituency, but within different climatical zones. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hereby support the motion as it has been submitted by the committee. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's upon my my ground that I feel that this motion, the work done has been thoroughly carried out, and I support the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Amalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to congratulate the SFAC committee for the good work done. In this parliament, Mr. Speaker, we have 3 committees, watchdog committees. We have the PAC, the PIC, and SFAC. We know very well, Mr. Speaker, that PAC is mostly looking at the ministries. PIC is mostly looking at the parastatals. And when it comes to this PAC committee, it's looking at the special funds. And these special funds, like CDF, the Women Fund, and the ones that have been done today. And particularly on this report, Mr. Speaker, you find that this report is only touching on the 3 funds. And the 3 funds are Universal Service Fund, we have the Water Sector Fund, and the funds for IDP. Most of the time, Mr. Speaker, these committees are called morticians. They are morticians in the sense that whatever they are doing, it's historical in nature. But Mr. Speaker, as I contribute on this, I want to comment on the Auditor General, because a lot of these reports are driven from the Auditor General report. And we are, at the moment as we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. We don't have the Auditor General. I sit in the PIC committee, Mr. Speaker. Last time we extended, we are told to extend again. We don't know whether it's by design. So we are calling upon also His Excellency the President. This is the time he should come in, intervene with speed, so that you can have an Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, like yesterday. I'm sure the 3 watchdog committees, their primary function, Mr. Speaker, they rely on the audited accounts. Right now, we're almost going a year, and yet we don't have an Auditor General. What is going to happen, Mr. Speaker? That is what we are trying to put across, so that the executive, where they are, they should intervene on this matter. I know there's a selection panel which was put in place. The responsibility of the selection panel, Mr. Speaker, was to interview candidates and forward to His Excellency the President to pick one. Their responsibility was not to disqualify the applicants, Mr. Speaker. To this report, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk briefly about the Universal Service Fund.
And when you look at Article 56 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. This is under the Bill of Rights. It talks of minorities and marginalized groups. And what it says, Mr. Speaker, that the state shall put in place affirmative action or programs to ensure that minority and marginalized groups have reasonable access to water, to health services, and infrastructure. The objective of these funds, Mr. Speaker, it is actually trying to implement Article 56 of the Constitution. When you look at the Universal Service Fund, Mr. Speaker, which is objectively looking at matters of ICT, and you are aware, Mr. Speaker, that now is a global world. Technology is the in thing. But we have a problem, Mr. Speaker, the way these projects are being implemented. Research has shown that 70% of the good plans in this country fail because of poor implementation. When you look at the issues of ICT and what CDF is doing in place, Mr. Speaker, and these hubs, ICT hubs, there is a lot of duplication. And this is a wastage of the public funds. So it is indeed important, Mr. Speaker, the implementers, when it comes to the implementation of these ICT services, they must be able to liaise with CDF board, so that there's that element of synergy, Mr. Speaker. Because when you have duplications, we're having wastage. And as Honorable Judge Uganya had mentioned, one of the critical requirements for this service, Mr. Speaker, you must have the modern laboratories. But in most cases, in most areas, which are marginalized, you find that the infrastructure is pathetic. So you realize that these funds, Mr. Speaker, instead of benefiting the marginalized groups, it is finding its way to the urban area, which already have a vantage position. So this issue of liaising with the CDF board or maybe the affirmative board for purposes of avoiding duplication is something critical that must be looked into. Mr. Speaker, when you move to water sector fund, this is where the corruption is. The mother of corruption has been the water sector, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to drilling boreholes, in most cases, Mr. Speaker, the BQs, they are triple or 4 times. So the whole of corruption, the elephant corruption, Mr. Speaker, in this country has been in the water sector. And this is where, Mr. Speaker, we look at DCI. So far, DCI has done very good work, Mr. Speaker. But there must be synergy in terms of investigation. The DCI, the DPP, and the courts, Mr. Speaker, these are the 3 arms that must work together mutualistically. Because both of them, Mr. Speaker, they can't work in separation. The core business of DCI is to do investigations so that they get evidence so that you can take to the DPP, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of prosecution. We've had in this country, His Excellency the President, lamenting about the courts, Mr. Speaker. But the President of the Judiciary has also made it very clear that we can only move with speed if there is evidence that meets the threshold. And the judges and magistrates, Mr. Speaker, they can only give their judgment based on the evidence. So we are calling upon these 3 arms because they are very, very critical in terms of fight against corruption. The issue of blame game should not be there, Mr. Speaker. And we want to support the recommendations. The mover mentioned very clearly that the DCI must move with speed. The ESCC is taking too long, Mr. Speaker, for them to conclude matters of corruption. ESCC is a very critical body, Mr. Speaker, responsible for fight against corruption, and it must work in synergy, in a mutualistic manner, with the DPP and the DCI and the courts, Mr. Speaker. So the observations that have been made by the committee, Mr. Speaker, we want to salute the committee and support you on that particular recommendation, because it cuts across the board, Mr. Speaker. This has been the big problem in this country. The Auditor General report shows clearly that 30% of our revenue, Mr. Speaker, go into wastage in terms of corruption. This country is bleeding, Mr. Speaker, because of corruption. At times even donor funds come, but people do not follow the conditionalities. It is indeed important that corruption should be declared a national disaster. I went to China, Mr. Speaker. China, somebody who is corrupt, you are shot. But they are the same people, Mr. Speaker, you find they are importing corruption in this country, because most of their farms have been implicated on matters of corruption. But when you go to China, issues of corruption and the role of the party, it is very, very clear, Mr. Speaker. So we must borrow some of the good ideas that we can borrow from China, but the ones of bad manners, we leave them aside, Mr. Speaker. Coming to the fund of IDP funds, Mr. Speaker, in this country, I remember the time of IDP, even when it comes to issues of the land, we've had a lot of conspiracy. A land that is costing maybe 10 million, people collude. It end up costing 50 million, Mr. Speaker. And right now, when you go and evaluate and do verification, you find that the true IDPs are still suffering as we speak right now because of corruption. The provincial administrators who are being used, the people who are involved, Mr. Speaker, when you go on the ground, the beneficiaries are either their friends or their relatives. That means planning was done well, but when it came to implementation, the work was done poorly, Mr. Speaker. The real IDPs are still suffering. They are in Trans Nzoia. They are all over. The evaluation has been done in Trans Nzoia and even in Nakuru. I remember in Trans Nzoia we had IDPs who came from Nakuru to be settled in Trans Nzoia. And Trans Nzoia had its own IDPs. Up to now, Mr. Speaker, the Trans Nzoia people, the IDPs, have not been settled up to now. But the outsiders from Nakuru came and they were settled. When you go on the ground, the land has not yet been subdivided. The land has not been surveyed. Titling has not been done. The IDPs do not have any document of ownership. This is the problem we are having. The Kenyan government must be serious when it comes to issues of marginalized groups. Because when there's a calamity somewhere, and we have marginalized groups or disadvantaged groups, we have special people who see an opportunity to make money. When land is costing 1 shilling, it will be 5 shillings. It is a source of corruption. So I want to thank the committee as we move forward. And as we move forward, I want to request you to move with speed to look at the equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, equalization fund is supposed to be an affirmative action to help. But in this country, I've never seen any report on equalization fund. Where is this money going? I know in some counties, even in Trans Nzoia, we have some wards which are marginalized, and they also need affirmative action. There are hardship areas, Mr. Speaker. We need to re-examine. With the change of the weather patterns, climate change, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed important that some areas must be re-evaluated so that these funds, Mr. Speaker, if they come, they should be able to benefit everyone. And Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, of course we are there to provide oversight. And I want to thank the committee. But we cannot move the watchdog committees without the Auditor General. I'm re-emphasizing that His Excellency, the President, wherever he is, we need an Auditor General like never before. Before I finish, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a funny report going.
Order, you may not be given because what you seem to be very aggressive in that borrowing. Give him 1 minute. You seem to be very aggressive in.
Mr. Speaker, I want to mention on a matter that has been going on. I've seen a purported survey of CDF. Mr. Speaker, that survey was calling people. They even called my constituency. How would you do an independent survey and you ask the person to be rated to be the one to give you figures? This is a fake thing that must be condemned. We have research methodologies which are scientific in terms of sampling framework, in terms of research design. We will not allow fake things to come here, Mr. Speaker, trying to rate people, and yet there's no proper framework. We know the CDF board is the one responsible that is going to do proper evaluation of CDF projects. But we have some which are coming up which are fake, Mr. Speaker. They do not even understand the scientific methodology when it comes to research. Like, for example, they called my constituency that can you give us figures so that we rate you. If we are doing the rating, it should be independent without the knowledge of the respondents. That's how we call about objectivity.
Very well. Your point is made, Honorable Marwa, and aggressively so. You may also want Honorable Marwa, you may also want to order Honorable Marwa. You may also want to check about the equalization fund that you mentioned earlier. Actually, whether there is disbursement at all so far on the equalization fund. I'm not sure there has been disbursement. I could be wrong, but I'm sure the committee will pick up. Let's have Honorable Anyonyi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the chance. After Mheshimiwa Chris Omola, I just want to add that the initial establishment of this particular fund was to actually to settle the squatters. 1963, Madam Speaker, that's a time we got independence, and there were people who didn't have land. And that's why we had these funds actually established. And now there's that the same fund is now being used for settling the ITB. I want to say this, that Mr. Speaker, the committee has done a very good job. But I want to encourage them to go back, particularly to Nzoia, where we had so many people who are actually unsettled, the ITBs, because of what happened. Nzoia is actually a small Kenya. We have all the tribes in Nzoia. And so we had a problem after the election of 2007 and even 1992. And therefore, we want this committee to find time to inform the leadership in Nzoia and come and find out whether the ITB have been settled or not. And I can tell you, as just mentioned by my colleague, we have a serious problem in Nzoia. And therefore, these funds, which was meant to settle the squatters, now supposed to settle the IDP, if you go to do verification, on the physical verification, Madam Speaker, you will find that the funds have been misused. And therefore, given that the committee has given the AICC the 3 months to come up with whatever recommendation and action, I could agree. Otherwise, we'll have this fund actually continue being misused, because I know for sure one farm where we were told the price of the farm, which was 30 acres to settle the ITP in Saboti, and I'm sure the Member of Parliament is here, it was inflated. And therefore, I think it's time for us to be able to look at it critically. And this committee should be able to help us do the physical verification, particularly areas where IDP today, and even the squatters of 1992, are still suffering. In my own area, they are now even adopted the names of Bosnia, Chechnya, because those are the times we had these kind of problems. And therefore, we ask the committee to come up and be able to verify this. And I think 3 months is good enough to be able to have people who have been involved, the officers who have been involved in purchase of land, be brought to book. I therefore support the committee for the recommendation so far made. Thank you.
Very well. The member for Kwanza, you do support the recommendations of the committee. Let me have the member for Lamu, the county member for Lamu, the Honorable Hobo Mohammed. And order members, please lower your consultations.
Asante Speaker kunipatia nafasi hii nami kuchangia. Mwanzo ningependa kupongeza kamati kwa kazi nzuri iliyofanya. Speaker, imezungumziwa sana na waliotangulia mbele yangu, wabunge waliotangulia mambo, na ukaona wanazungumza kwa hamasa sana mambo ya watu wa ndani waliofurushwa au waliokimbizwa au kwa lugha ya kimombo IDPs. Speaker, hakika ni vizuri wale waliofukuzwa au waliofurushwa mahali walikuwa wakikaa waregeshwe na haki zao zitimizwe. Lakini Speaker, sisi wengine tunasikitika tukiona. Tunasikitika kwa sababu ni kama Kenya hakujawahi kuwa na wengine kabla. Au ni kama sehemu zingine zikitokea haioneshwi, haichukuliwi kwa uangalivu zaidi. Kwa sababu Speaker, tukiangalia historia, hao walofurishwa wa kwanza Kenya ni watu kutoka Lamu. Wakati ilikuwa inaitwa Shifter War. Lamu kuna miji 9, mingine naikumbuka, mingine naweza kusahau. Kuna Mvundeni, sahi huo mji hauko. Kuna Rubu, kuna Mwambore, kuna miji 9. Hiyo miji hiyo ilibidi watu wakimbie kwa sababu ya idhlali wanazozipata. Wale wakati wa shifta huo wakija wakinajisiwa, wakipigwa, wakipokonywa mali yao, ikabidi wakimbie watu wale waishi vijiji vingine. Ikabidi watu wale wakimbie ndio waje pate kisiwa cha Pate, waje Lamu, waje Mkokoni, waje Kiaiu, wakaja kwa mwambao wa pwani mpaka wakafika Malindi, Ngomeni. Kote utaona Wabajuni wako sehemu hizo, ni kwa sababu walifurushwa makwao. Lakini hakuna pahali unasikia hawa nao wamepangiwa nini. Kila tukisikia utasikia walofurushwa huku, kule hakuna kitu inachozungumziwa. Na ilikuwa nataka nililete nalo lijulikane kwamba pia kuna wengine wa Kenya walipata idhlali hizi na wanafaa kuangaliwa mambo yao. Kama ni kuregeshwa, hiyo pesa iko ipangiwe pia wale kule. Hiyo pesa imetolewa ambayo iko kulingana na ripoti ya kununuliwa ardhi. Na hawa wa Lamu inajulikana kwa historia, na wao pia waekwe ndani hapo, nao pia ni wa Kenya, wapate waregeshwe na ijengwe mashule, ile miji yetu irudi. Mimi ni mmoja wao, nyanya zangu ndio walifukuzwa huko, tukabidi tukae sehemu zingine. Lakini huko haitajwi, utajwa tu sehemu zingine. Bispika, katika hii ripoti pia nimeona wanazungumzia maji. Bispika, maji ni uhai. Na mimi napenda tena kuipongeza kamati, nasikia walizunguka, walifika paka Lamu, na kuna sehemu za Bargoni walitembea, na kule Bargoni kulikuwa kujengwe kidimbwi cha maji ambao pesa nyingi zimetumiwa, lakini ukienda ukitembea hakuna kitu. Hakuna kitu kwa ground. Uko chini mashinani hakuna, unaona tu kwa vitabu. So nawapongeza hata auditors hawa, kwa lugha ya Kiswahili wanaitwa mhakiki, ambao ni auditors. Wahakiki hawa wamefanya jambo la maana. Maana yake Bispika, hawa wahakiki wakenda sehemu kama za Lamu hawapati kufanya kazi yao vizuri, wanaambiwa sehemu hizo kuna Al-Shabaab. Wanakwamia hapo Lamu town, kisha hawapati kwenda kule mashinani. Na wakienda mashinani watapata kugundua kuna matatizo mengi, na wao ndio wataweza kufanya wale wananchi wapate huduma bora. Kwa hivyo hili jambo la maji, tuwaomba kamati muangalie vizuri. Kuna miradi mingi kama huo mmoja kule Bargoni, kuna sehemu kuna shida ya maji jamii walotengwa, lakini pesa imetengwa serikali na mradi haikufanywa. Bispika, watu wamezungumzia hapa ile pesa ambao inajulikana zaidi wakisema equalization fund. Bispika, pesa hiyo kusema la kweli inatusaidia sisi wale watu tuliotengwa. Lakini kama wao naona wabunge wenzangu wa hapa wanaipigania sana, wataka ipelekwe sehemu zao. Hatukatai ipelekwe, lakini mwanzo muhakikishe kule kwetu na sisi kuna stima kila pahali kama kwenu, kuna barabara, kuna mashule na vitu vyote vilioko huku na sisi tupate. Asante Bispika.
Pole kwa ayo, at least tunajua auditors wanaitwa wahakiki. Members, the next on the floor is the member for Saboti, the Honorable Luyaya Misi, and the members who are coming. Members, we are debating on motion number 10, that is report on audited financial statements for the Agricultural Settlement Trustee Fund, the Universal Service Fund, and the Water Sector Trust Fund, as moved by the Honorable Member for Mboni, Honorable Kivasu, on behalf of the Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. Yes, Honorable Member, carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I rise to support this report, and I want to commend the good team members of this committee for very good work, and especially because there is a new committee, and they have done a very fantastic work for visiting the areas and coming up with a very wonderful report, a report that is very honest and very clear in thoughts. Madam Speaker, I happen to be a member of parliament of Saboti that is really at the epicenter of these internally displaced persons. Saboti falls within Trans Nzoia, a very cosmopolitan county, and at the during the political during the political upheaval, we had a lot of influx of internally displaced people coming from all over, just in search for safety. So there was a scramble for safety in Trans Nzoia. And we've been having a lot of these cases of people who are supposed to be genuine in IDPs having been left out, and lists that were compiled that consist of people who are not very genuine, or just people who are just landless from previous, who were previously landless, and they have found themselves as beneficiaries. So this has been a problem that has been, haunting us as leaders. And I appreciate the committee for making physical visits, really, and that's why they have actually come up with an open and honest report, because they really did a physical visit and they have faced the situation on the ground, not as reported or brought, in terms of accounting reports. And Madam Speaker, I think it is also good to look at the list of internally displaced people who are very genuine and who keep on knocking at our doors. And these people are really from very disadvantaged background, and we've left them to fend for themselves. It is not for problems that is of the cause of not their own, the problems that arise because of our own political, issues, and they found them in a bad situation, without land and displaced, and it was a fund that was supposed to help them to settle and go back to their life as they were before. So we found other people coming in, unscrupulous business people, people are not so honest and not so, committed to the purpose of the fund. And therefore, we left a lot of gaps in establishing who are the real beneficiaries. Because the first things first was to establish who are the real beneficiaries. Because the lists that came up were full of people who had unscrupulously, colluded with each other and the officers who were in charge. And they left out many people, especially in Saboti, who are left out, who are very genuine. They keep on knocking at our doors in Trans Nzoia, elsewhere in other constituencies as well within Trans Nzoia. And I think going forward, we also need a new team to go there and establish the real people who are supposed to benefit from these funds, and so that we have a new documented list, or maybe an annexure to the already existing list of those people who are out in the cold. They are genuine, or they are well known by the community that they are genuine. We have the administrative units of sub-chiefs and chiefs who can help us to identify, and even the local residents who are able to identify these people who have nowhere to go. And Madam Speaker, my constituency happened to be really at the epicenter of all this imbroglio. And especially because of the land issue has been perennial in my constituency. There are a lot of landless people. There are a lot of people who need their land to be documented and be given title deed. They are not. I've had several occasions where I've met the minister, the CS for lands, to try and sort out. People are continuously displaced even from the neighboring land that is gazetted as forest, which was not previously a forest. We have problems at Kitalale, we have problems at Exoronzon, we have problems in Muroki. It is almost everywhere. The entire constituency, is a number of people who have title deeds is countable. So it is a very big problem that affects us as leaders. And we know this is just the start and the beginning. The report of this committee is going to really be the beginning of a solution to our people, a permanent solution to our people so that they also deserve a living like the rest. And recommendations for the Director of Criminal Investigation to intervene and to jump into looking at the accounting materials and the financial statements that were never submitted, or the missing financial statements that have been clearly stated by the committee. That how do we have such an amount of money with the accounting officers who cannot keep records properly? So these are recommendations that needs to be acted upon. Let's not have a recommendation that we, with a good, wonderful job by the committee, to just go in the shelves. We need this committee to really be proud that their report led to the settlements of individuals. And I think for the good work of the committee, we'll do them a great service if we make sure that the DCI, as recommended here, they jump into action immediately. The PS in charge of planning, the PS in charge of land, the CS land, they jump. There is some level of laxity at the Ministry of Land that we keep on procrastinating, that matters to do with the land. People fear handling these matters head on. We keep on procrastinating. In my constituency, there are several lands cases that are historical. Every minister keeps on procrastinating. Whenever we appear before the committee and the minister, authoritatively commit to resettle people, she never does that. And I think we need to rein into the Ministry of Land that we cannot keep on coming to before the committee, departmental committee. We assure our people that we are going to resettle you. Then 2 or 3 years down the line, the same has not happened. So we really need a lot of seriousness at the Ministry of Lands, that we should not keep on procrastinating issues of land, because these are very emotive issues and can also be explosive in terms of security. Because when people are constantly in collision in matters of land, it is a source of insecurity, and also a source of insecurity to not only to the locals, also to the entire nation. And we demand as members that the DCI, with the good work they are doing in corruption, let them step in, let them see them arresting people, those who have given the good responsibility of accounting for these special funds, and they never did. Those who, dumped they poked their hands in the funds that were supposed to settle the IDPs. We need them to see people being arrested and being brought to books, so that the real IDPs are resettled. We get relieved of the problems of people coming, knocking to our doors every morning. It is very unfortunate to have very old elderly people, living in shelters and living. People who have lived good life the rest of their life. Just at their prime age, they are displaced and they have nowhere to go. They come to your constituent, they have to come to your home as a leader. You keep on assuring them you have no land to give them. You keep on assuring them. I think instead of assuring them, let's now have actions. Let's have now DCI, jumping into actions. Let's have the ministries that have been mentioned in this report, the PSS that have been mentioned in this report, jumping into action. Because you are talking about a matter of life and death, a matter of a nation that cannot take care of its very low citizens, the disadvantaged ones, the vulnerable ones. Then we do not stand proud as a nation. I think that's where this is a cornerstone of our nationalhood. And that's where we need to focus and put our energy and make sure that the law members of our
Very well. Let me have the member for Ainakoi constituency, Wasinigishu County, the Honorable William Chipkut. Please use the dispatch box. Right there.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Though I'm still mourning, you see, we lost our second president of the Republic of Kenya, and I thank His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta for according him state burial. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I'm the vice chair for the special funds. So this report is indeed, I want to say that accountability is the basis of any meaningful achievement. So the Special Funds Accounts Committee, we went personally and physically. Our report is clear and open. Personally, I was leading the one of Trans Nzoia. We met the county commissioner. We were given government support. And before we went there, we called cabinet secretary in charge of lands, Madam Farida Karonei, and Dr. Muragori. They all came with the Agricultural Settlement Trustee Fund. We saw their statements, then we went physically. Now, when we reached Trans Nzoia, and I want to give you nothing but the truth, we met the IDPs. They've been there for, they were settled, they've been there for the last 7 years. It is actually President Uhuru Kenyatta who has been assisting them. But their only problem was survey and settlement. The land is there. By then it was over 100 people. Now it's nearly 1,000 people. A very practical example is in my own constituency. In Napkoi constituency, there's a place called Chemusian. Chemusia is now people were chased away during post-election violence in Molo. They came, the government bought them the land, and they were all settled, and they are there. What is happening in Trans Nzoia, it happens, you remember Erastus, Honorable Erastus, that Kutuny was not there. He had attended a funeral, so we were with the chiefs. We were with the chairman is called Mutitu. He comes from Ukambani a long time before, but he's the chairman there. The secretary is Musaboti, Kalenjin, and Elgeo Marakwet. So I want to say that that area is a cosmopolitan area. So there is no issue of, there is cohesion, there is love, there is peace, there is intermarriage. So the issue of people talking about past, let's leave out those historical lineage. The only issue is we want accountability. We want people to settle. We want people to do their businesses, good environment, because the government is supporting us. So what's the problem? The issue is only to ask, and in our own recommendation, we've asked the ministry to allocate about 2 million shillings to go and survey the land and let the people settle. That's all. In Jamushan, people are settled. In Nakuru, the same. And all over the country. This country belongs to the 43 tribes in the Republic. We can settle anywhere. So long as you have the purchasing power, you can settle anywhere. Oh yes, we are a nationalist. I'm a student of Moi. So I believe in peace, love, and unity. Anything other than peace, love, and unity, those are gone stories. Me, I'm a perfect student, a living testimony of Moi, a living testimony of Uhuru Kenyatta. That is, I support even the handshake. So long as we are living in peace, we are living in harmony, cohesion, what else do we want, Madam Speaker? So I ask for cohesion in this nation. Let's bear each other. I want tolerance. I want people to calm down and let's do development. Let's be sensitive to the needs and wants of our people. And let's support the president with these four pillars. That is the food and security, housing, manufacturing, so that we can create jobs. Even the issue of ministers that he appoints, let's approve with speed. I don't ask to waste time. Let's do development, let's be accessible, let's be available, let's support the policies of this government. Nothing else. Actually, Madam Speaker, to tell you nothing but the truth, I've had experience. You know, you had experience over a period of time. So, let's avoid emotions. You know you can vote because of emotions, you can vote because of policies, you can vote because of desires. Everything is on sale depending on the right price. No. Let's vote on policies, not on emotions. Let's not act on emotions. I want us to be natural. I want us to be realistic. And I want every Kenyans, the 47 million people, to be very objective, to be very reasonable. Let's bear each other. And I want every Kenyan, even starting from members of parliament, I want all of us to plant trees so that we protect the environment. If we plant trees, 47 million every year, and I want the CDF to allocate some money for environment. We keep on planting trees, doing development, so that in future, we shall be classical example for this country. Having said that, Madam Speaker, special funds is indeed our mandate to audit books of accounts for CDF, for Agricultural Settlement Trustee Fund, and so on and so forth. So we always do nothing but the truth, but just end of accounting is beginning of auditing. Every end of auditing is to see the overall overview, whether the money, whether the institution has made profit or loss. It's all about profit and loss account. So at the end of the day, we want realities. We don't want dreams. You know, dreams are imaginations. We want realities. We want sacrifices. You know, in life, it's not all about, you must sacrifice so that you get to the next step. You must be committed. You must be consistent in life. You must be competent enough. You must be disciplined and culture. What is killing this country, Honorable Speaker, what is killing this nation is culture. Culture is an habit that you are doing every day. Yani, you keep on repeating. I want us to be disciplined. If it is working, report at 8 and leave at 5 o'clock. In our cases, during Moi's time, he used to come at 5 o'clock in the morning. He was very available throughout. So the issue of accountability is very critical. We must devote ourselves. We must be very committed. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy indeed, but very sad that it was a personal loss to William Chepkut and the entire country, because President Uhuru Kenyatta is the student of Moi. William Ruto is the student of Moi. Even Raila himself is a student of Moi. So we lost a great person, but he left His Excellency Gideon Moi and Raymond.
For that matter, can I have you 1 minute? Just finish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is great. You know, I want to tell this country that President Moi, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, was given by Queen of England and Lancaster House to be sworn in as the first president of the Republic. He declined and he refused. he said that I'm insisting that Jomo Kenyatta, who is in jail, be released and be sworn in as the first president. He was sworn in. Luckily enough, Uhuru Kenyatta was 1 year old. Now he's the 4th president of the Republic of Kenya. So history repeats itself. So in 1974-75, there was clamor. The intelligence that was called Special Brand then, Kanyoto himself and Charles Njonjo sworn in President Moi as the president.
Very well. Indeed, you're a student of Moi, the president, and you're still mourning. You're still mourning, honorable member. Thank you. Let me have the member for Funyula, the Honorable Odo Ojiambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on the report by the Special Funds Committee. Honorable Speaker, some of these things we forget about them until they rear again the ugly head or they appear on the national front. Agricultural Settlement Fund was a fund that was established in 1960s, 63, 64. And essentially the purpose was to raise funds to purchase land to settle those Kenyans who had been robbed of their land by the colonialists. For historical perspective, when the colonialists came to Kenya, through various ordinances, land ordinances, they took land belonging to the natives, so as they were called then, and put them in camps and manyatas. So at independence, obviously out of fear, a number of them sought to leave the country, and at the point of leaving the country, they had an agreement with the government then to purchase those large parcels of land in the White Islands, in the west, or other parts of the country. So that Agricultural Settlement Fund was actually created, I'm reliably informed from history, by funds that were actually given by the British government so that to have a smooth transition from colonial government to independent Kenya. It did wonders for all those years. You see so many settlement schemes all over the country were acquired through the Agricultural Settlement Fund. Of course, it had trustees, and over the years, it has metamorphosed into various forms. Actually, imagine it had been collapsed in the early 1990s, only to learn that actually the collapse could have been man-made when the computer that contained documents crashed. It is unbelievable that there was no manual backup. So obviously, any able-minded Kenyan or unreasonable-minded Kenya will read a sinister motive in the collapse and the crash that literally wiped out all the data. But we must hail for the initial one for the wonderful job it has done. Walk over in Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, Nakuru, all over the country, you would find settlement schemes that were bought by funds raised by the government through the Consolidated Fund and donors towards settling these landless Kenyans at the onset of independence. Let's move forward, Honorable Speaker, and generally deal with this matter following the clashes that occurred immediately after our time, but more so after the clashes that occurred after the 2007 elections. Indeed, for some years, since the introduction of multi-party, either by design or coincidence, we had so many clashes all over the country, Molo, along the border between Kisumu and Kericho, border between Kisumu and Nandi, and that displaced a large number of Kenyans who had nowhere to go. Of course, most of them lived along the road in deplorable conditions. Somewhere along the line it was decided they need to settle these IDPs, or internally displaced persons and squatters. Unfortunately, if there is any program that has been badly managed that became a cash cow, was the settling of IDPs. It is documented everywhere that people, the government, technocrats, literally abused this process took land on their own, enriched themselves, actually stole the money. And the report is fairly telling, and I must commend the committee for being bold enough to say as it is. Many occasions in committees, at times we sugarcoat issues, downplay issues. But I'm happy that have picked out. Honorable Speaker, allow me just to mention 2 issues. First of all, if you give somebody a piece of land, it's not a valid document, it's not of any use to him unless it has got a title deed. Indeed, since 2012, it has taken inordinately too long to prepare and give these quotas or IDPs titles to the land. Section 26 of the Land Registration Act is explicitly clear that the only prima facie evidence of ownership of a piece of land is a certificate of title or a certificate of lease. That without having happened, we can really say that actually these IDPs are literally squatters. They have no claim at all in respect of the parcel of land they occupy. But of course, what begs the question, and indeed is a question that the country must address and answer, what happened to the parcels of land? What happened to the farms where they were evicted? Who are the beneficial owners? What has been taken? What action has been taken against those persons who appropriated land that was left behind by those who have been evicted? As we proceed to grant these IDPs titles, we must ask those hard questions and seek answers. I like the recommendation. I support the recommendation by the committee that all those involved should be investigated, past and former or current must be investigated, and appropriate action taken against those who have misappropriated these funds, action taken for those who have failed to act as required by the various land laws to afford or provide titles to these IDPs. But as a country, we must have that conversation and have strong answers so that we avoid the recurrence of this kind of actions. Because we are going to run out of money to buy land for IDPs. We are going to run out of land to buy large parcels of land to buy for this kind of people. So as a country, and I concur with the Honorable Chepkut, we must be peace-loving Kenyans. Peace, love, and unity as propagated by the late President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Some of us who drank his milk, we have very fond memories. Those of us who pledged the loyalty pledge have very fond memories. And those of us who sang those patriotic songs, we are very proud to have had him as the president for those 24 years, even though, like they have said, there will always be challenges in leadership. Honorable Speaker, we must also then allow me to make 2 comments concerning the Universal Service Fund under the ICT sector. Honorable Speaker, it is interesting that the Communication Authority of Kenya collects a lot of money from the various operators. But I must tell you without fear of contradiction, many Kenyans do not feel where does that money go. Many schools in the country, especially rural areas, have got no access to ICT. Many schools have nothing to show from this fund. We, the CDF, we are actually being forced to set up ICT hubs, yet there's so much money that is lying here. I remember sometimes about 2 years ago, there was a tiff between CAK and of course the executive when they were requested to provide some 2 billion towards some funny projects that could not be supported by the legislation or something else. So it is important that we get back to these people, the managers and those who are managing these funds, to put them to account. Let them give us the schedule of projects. For example, where I come from, Funyula constituency, none at all. There has been no project under this Universal Service Fund. None at all I know of. We are actually using CDF funds to do ICT connectivity to various schools, yet there is a fund. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the issue of water sector trust fund, looking at the regulations, it would seem they are more or less interested to deal with the county governments on the fact that water is devolved function, but honestly speaking, many of these county governments have not done much, and many of our rural areas remain without water. For example, Funyula constituency, yet they have so much funds, we see none of their projects. We are water scarcity constituency, yet we are on Lake Victoria. So that's why we are saying there must be equitable distribution of these projects throughout the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute, and I support the committee.
You support. Let me have the Honorable Osoti, and then we have the mover ready to reply. Honorable Osoti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to also make my comments about this motion. Madam Speaker, I know there are three aspects to this report, but allow me to talk about Universal Service Fund, which I've been listening, and I think very many speakers have not talked about it, except Honorable Undo here. I want to say that, Madam Speaker, I'm very familiar with this telecommunication industry, and I am very concerned about the Universal Service Fund, particularly on the aspect of utilization of the fund. You are aware that this fund is actually in law. It is established under the KICA Act to allow telecommunication operators, Safaricom, Airtel, and the others, to partner with the government to support, one, widespread access to ICT services, promote capacity building, and also enhance innovation in ICT services. Madam Speaker, since its inception, this fund has not done as much as it was supposed to do. Because if you look at the kind of projects they have done, those projects are not projects that convince one that they are going to achieve universal access as stipulated under ITU and many other international conventions. And as we are speaking now, even from this report, it indicates that they have about 5.7 billion shillings in cash and cash equivalent. And then they have taken another 2.4 billion shillings to a fixed deposit in a commercial bank. This is a lot of money, Madam Speaker, which we are asking, why is this money lying idle? And we have a lot that can be done in terms of enhancing universal access. And the answer that you get from Communication Authority, which is supposed to be the body managing and administering this fund, they tell you that they are trying to collect money so that they can start the project. But I want to think that I don't think that is the right and efficient way of doing things. As we're speaking now, the only tangible project that has been done under USF is connectivity to public schools. About 800 and something public schools have connectivity. But Madam Speaker, I want to tell you that most of these schools, the connectivity is not working. And I have reports that every time CA inspectors go on the ground to monitor this service, the providers switch it on, and immediately they leave, they switch it off so that they can activate the next site where they are going to. This service is poorly managed. There is no local support, because even the teachers who have been told to support this do not understand the technology. So we have put money in a project that is not serving the purpose. But Madam Speaker, operators which have contributed money
which contribute money to this fund, like Safaricom and others, they have been raising issues about the usage of this fund. Because to them, this fund can be used for many things. For example, infrastructure. So that we have what we call infrastructure sharing. We don't want to see every operator setting up base station. Safaricom has his own base station. Airtel is trying to set up his own base station. Jamii Telecom is trying to set up base station. We are going to create confusion in the industry. The best scenario would be that the CA, using funds from USF, they can set up a uniform infrastructure which can be shared by all the operators. And that is efficient because it's going to reduce competition in the industry. Because as we are saying, we are sitting here, we keep on complaining about Safaricom dominance. Safaricom is dominant because we have been unable to regulate the industry in the right way. And one of the ways is to properly utilize the USF fund. And we are also seeing a challenge of duplication of project. USF is being used to connect schools. We have another project by the ICT ministry called NOFB, which is connecting counties to fiber. Then recently, under the Big Four, the government also started connectivity to health centers, health facilities. They started connectivity to Big Four projects, manufacturing projects. We are creating confusion, and I thought that the best thing would be if you can have a uniform approach to this so that we can deliver connectivity to all parts of the country. And I know this House passed a motion to have free access to Wi-Fi across the country. I sponsored that motion so that the USF, CA, telecommunication operator, private companies can work together to ensure we have connectivity across the country by ensuring that we have a streamlined process of infrastructure development. As we are talking now, we have a lot of money lying in the bank under USF. That money we wonder when it's going to be utilized. In fact, at one point, the president directed that part of that money to go to security. But the then Director General of CA refused and said no. Because the president saw that we had money that was lying idle there, doing nothing. So we want to tell CA, and I'm in the committee of ICT, that they must pull up their socks and ensure that they have good programs, good sustainable programs that is going to ensure utilization of this fund. If this fund was utilized very well, we would be having almost 100% connectivity in this country. Because if, for example, NOFB, which is under the Kenya government, ICT authority, could partner with USF and with all other private investors, some of these connectivity challenges will be addressed. So I think the Committee of Special Fund, they have done a good job, but I think next time, please, look at utilization of this fund in terms of projects that this fund is supposed to deliver. Because the projects under the school program, connectivity program, one, they are poorly done. Two, they are not going to help us achieve universal access. Universal access can only be achieved if we develop the infrastructure. And now we are talking of so many good things, but we are not aligning all these things. Right now, the government has released what we call digital economy policy. How does a digital economy policy lie with this universal service fund? They are now talking about connectivity to Big Four project. How does it lie with the USF? So, Madam Speaker, I have a lot of concern about this USF, and as a member of the ICT committee, I think we are going to do something about it. And I'm aware that one of the members in this House, Honorable Elisha, has brought a bill that focuses on utilization of the fund. I have issues with his proposal in the bill, but I think the general problem is how the funds should be utilized. And this is something that if CSR together with the operators and the government, they can come up with a common approach on how to integrate all the efforts that are being done in the ICT industry, so that to have a quicker way of achieving universal access without waiting for money to pile in the bank and then say we can now do the project. For those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
You support. Very well. As I had called earlier, the mover to reply. General Member from Boni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the good contributions that you have given to this report. Basically, when we were looking at this report, we had gone through various officers from both the Agricultural Settlement Fund, the Universal Service Fund, the Water Trust Fund, and quite a lot came out, as you have discussed, and that made us come with the observations and the recommendations that we came up with, and I'm happy that at least we have ventilated through them, and I'll request these recommendations, if they can be implemented, at least some of these funds will be shaped to be honest in the way they carry their duty. I heard members talk about corruption, talk about some of them not being honest in the way they provide their information. I've also heard from Honorable Chris Wamarwa talking about equalization fund, which we are supposed to look at. That one we have not looked at, but is within our mandate, and we are going to look at it. I hear you well, Honorable Ososi, on the USF. Some of those questions are the same questions you are raising, and what we have come up with basically addresses the audit issue, and I think from the ICT sector, we can address some of those issues from that committee. Equally, I hear Honorable Odur on what you have commended, and we request for those recommendations to be implemented on, so that this report can at least meet what it is supposed to do. With that, Madam Chair, I beg to reply. Thank you.
You beg to reply. Honourable members, I am not in a position to put the question to the reports on audited financial statements for Agricultural Settlement Trustee Fund, the Universal Service Fund, and the Water Sector Trust Fund. And so I do order that the question to the report will be put as it will be indicated in our order paper. Next motion.
Order number 10, motion. Order number 11, motion. Inquiry into the challenges facing the Coffee Research Institute.
Is the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock in and ready? Communication from the desk is that the chairperson is consulting, and also given the... So I do order that the motion number 11 be deferred. Next.
Order number 12, motion. Agreement between Kenya and Italy on the Luigi Broglio Malindi Space Center.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. The chairperson is not in the house. A member? What do you have to say as a member? You are not the chairperson. let me hear from the ranking member before I go. What is it, the ranking member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you moving or, yes, you want to?
The chair is not in,
Yes.
and I'm a member of the same committee. And I would wish that the matter be on the order paper in the next day so that we are able to deliberate on that.
That's quite in order. You're on record, of course, that you're a member. But of course, the motion was to be moved by the chairperson, and we have communication that is not in the House. Thank you for speaking on behalf of the chairperson and representing the committee very well in the House. Next, I order that the motion number 12 be deferred. Members. Next motion.
Order number 13, motion. Report on audited financial statements for the Uwezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund.
Motion number 13. The chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Madam Chair, we also request on behalf of the chairman to have that motion deferred to tomorrow. We'll be ready.
Very well. The Honorable Member from Bonn is a member of the Special Funds Accounts Committee. And again, now that the chair is not in, and with that request from the ranking member, as they call themselves, that I do order that the motion or order number 13 be deferred. Next order.
Order number 14, motion. Annual reports on the state of the judiciary.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Again, I'm sure following our deferring of the previous motions and orders, that the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs is not ready and not in the House. And I do order that motion and order number 14 be deferred. Next order.
Order number 15, the Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bill number 27 of 2018. Second reading.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs again. I confirm that the chairperson is not in the House at the moment to move the Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bill number 27 of 2018. And so I do order that order number 15 be deferred. Honourable members, this is a House of Rules and Procedures, and the time being 7 p.m. Now, members, the House stands adjourned until the Wednesday, 26 February 2020 at 9:30 a.m. And I thank you all.